What up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Thursday to you all. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. Whether you're tuning in online at sportstalk1051.com, on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available, the YouTube stream up and rolling, the app. Download it, take it on the go. You've got your Alexa devices. By the way, download that Wisco Sports app too. SportsTalk1051.com. Stream it up online over there. Multiple ways for you to be joining in this morning. That Shoe Doctors bullpen line, you can open it up with a good text at 715, or you can, open us up with a good text at 715-830-1912. Yeah, again, you guys know the drill. You've been here before. So happy Thursday, everybody. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? We're going to chat some Packers. Maybe some good news yesterday surrounding the green and gold, surrounding the Pack. Christian Watson practicing yesterday. Yeah, he actually practiced yesterday. It looked good. I'm just basing it off of the video that some of the media members that were at practice posted up over there. But he sounded pretty darn confident, too, when he was talking with the media yesterday that he was going to play this Saturday. So, hey, maybe fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. But he said, quotes, he was able to get through a decent chunk of practice. Feels like he's in a good spot to play against the Bears. That's my goal. We're at the point in the season where you've got to fight through some stuff, so should be good. Other Packers who did practice yesterday, Lucas Van Ness. You had, what else do we have here? We had Dontavian Wicks, who was a DNP, would have been a DNP the other day. Jane Reed did not practice, but no worries. It was, I shouldn't say no worries because not sure what it is, but personal matter. So Josh Jacobs did not practice. Zach Tom did not practice. Evan Williams did not practice. Evan Williams chatted a little bit too, said it's a sprained MCL, but he did say that if he's able to go, physically able to go, he's going to go. But we'll see how that kind of plays out here for the rest of the week. Such they've been a little bit more coy, a little bit more quiet surrounding the Zach Tom knee injury, though. They've been a little bit more quiet surrounding that. So I don't know, kind of something to watch, I guess, today. Today's going to be a big day because it's the final practice leading up to it. I think they might do a little bit of a walkthrough and such tomorrow and that before heading to Chicago. But today is going to be the final injury report designation. So, again, remember, it's been a few years, but maybe a good reminder in this case for all the injuries that the Packers have right now. No probables. Questionable is the closest that you can get to probable or perhaps even play in and such. So, definitely going to be paying attention to that when it comes out later on today. But we also heard from some of the coordinators yesterday, too, during their media session. So, Jeff Hafley, man, I mean, this guy, we know he's probably going to be a head coach. Probably sooner rather than later. We'll see how the hiring circle kind of plays out here. But if you didn't have a chance to listen to Jeff Hafley's opening remarks yesterday, if you're just waking up and you're a little maybe groggly-eyed and that, well, you know what? I'll play it right now because, first off, he leads off talking a little bit about Micah Parsons. And then he talks about kind of how this defense is going to prepare, get ready, the mindset that they need to have going forward. Let me just play it because this is going to get you. I was watching it yesterday and I rewatched it again or re-listened to it again this morning and get you motivated. And then you can kind of hear why this guy is going to probably be a head coach in the NFL here soon. audio courtesy Packers.com. Let's roll it up here. So,
a couple months ago, Micah just getting here. Obviously the injury has been talked about, and I think the biggest thing is this. The most important thing, and I said this to the team, for me, the most important thing about being a coach is, one, I want to do everything we can to win, right? That's number one. And then number two is to have your players have personal success. Like that's like what drives me to coach, and I told them that. And unfortunately, injuries are a part of this game, and they're hard. And it's upsetting for that person. It's upsetting for the team, and I certainly feel for Micah. He's a guy that came in here literally like 3 days before we played a game. Didn't even know him. Went training camp all off season, and quickly developed a really good relationship with him. The amount of one-on-one time we spent talking football, just getting to know him, just the amount of respect I have for him and how he came in and worked, and how hard he worked, and how hard he played, and how hard he does play in the run game, in the pass game, the way he strains. I just have so much respect for the guy, and I'm sad for the guy, but at the same time, I know that just knowing who he is, just wait until you guys see how hard he works to come back, how fast he probably comes back, and somehow I probably, if I were a betting man, would bet that he comes back even better and probably breaks the sack record next year. So I'm going to put that on Micah and myself, and you guys can put it out there, and that's the confidence I have in him. But it's certainly sad when anybody gets injured. As far as the team goes, I told them, you can't let circumstance dictate behavior. It's just a week ago we're in here after we beat the Bears, and we're all walking in here all upbeat and ready to roll. And I said, shame on you if you walk in here any different today. That's not who we are. Right, and that's our job as leaders and as coaches to make sure that we don't do that.
Doesn't that get you a little pumped up, a little excited? I love that final quote there. But yeah, super high expectations for Micah next year and such. I loved it. I mean, that's his opening remarks from his press availability yesterday. Defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. Gosh, I hope he does not get a head coaching job after this year, because I really want to see him back next year and have that kind of be the rallying cry for Micah Parsons and such. But how do you, that's a dude that I want my kid to play for. I wish I could suit up and play for. Man. But hey, we'll talk some green and gold here throughout the morning. We got plenty more on the docket. We'll talk some Bucks. Bucks are back in action tonight as they take on the Toronto Raptors. And Jim Owczarski, who covers the Milwaukee Bucks for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, they had media presser with Doc Rivers and such. And you kind of sense Doc Rivers, I don't know, you know, once in a while when things aren't going great for a head coach or for a team in that, and they get a little testy in some of their answers and some of their comments. And it kind of got that vibe yesterday between Doc Rivers and some of the reporters and such. So I don't know, like, you could definitely tell the pressure's on. You can definitely tell that maybe the pressure's getting to Doc Rivers a little bit and to this team here a little bit. So, there's more rumors, there's more rumblings out there for the Bucks, potentially on who they're going to acquire, what their plan's going to be. Adding players, more rumors and rumblings out there saying that they're going to be trying. They're not going to be moving Giannis, that they're going to try to add more to surround Giannis and improve this team and such. So, again, we'll see how this all kind of plays out in that. But we'll talk some Bucks, talk some hoops. Speaking of which, Marquette, they fell last night to Georgetown. Hey, put this on the docket for this Sunday, all right? The 20th ranked Blue Gold men's basketball team is going to be back on the court at the Sonic Center Sunday at 3 p.m. And thanks to our good friends from Hy-Vee, free admission for anybody that wants to go check out this undefeated Blue Gold basketball team this Sunday, free admission. So don't have to worry about a Packers game, because they'll be hopefully we'll be having a little bit of a victory Sunday over there. So, but What else do we got? It is a Thursday, which means enough is enough. What is the sports takes? What are the sports news? What's the sports opinions? What's the talk like in your fan base where you just want to say, guys, enough is enough. All right. Or maybe it's from a player. Maybe it's from a coach. Maybe it could be something like just how your team's playing or something. Like enough is enough with the run interior run defense. Come on. Things like that. So what is your enough is enough? Badger volleyball, Final Four tonight. Game time for that, match time for that, approximately 8 p.m., depending on how quickly or how long, I should say, the first match goes, but approximately 8 p.m. tonight, going up against Kentucky. So Badgers just 2 wins away from capturing another national championship, 1 win away, obviously, from going to the national championship. So we got a little fantasy football chat with Mr. Eric Balkman coming up at 9:05. So, again, I know a lot of you are in your postseason with fantasy football. So if you need some lineup questions, please text them on over. Even if you're like, I think I'm good, but you just maybe want to double check or get somebody else's opinion on it. It's a guy who does it for a living. Hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. 715-830-1912. Also, we'll do some Tailgate Outdoors with Mr. Jake Bolks coming up at 8:30. So, again, if you have any questions for our DNR warden friend, you can hit us up with those as well. So it's kind of your game plan for us this morning. We're going to hit up on a lot of different things. So let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll open it up on the leadoff. We'll chat a little football, quick updates from yesterday's Packers practice, maybe some good news for the Packers going forward. Still some unknowns surrounding some other players and such. So we'll recap it all and kind of start to take a look at this matchup with the Bears. So we'll get things rolling here. First off, got to take our break, and then the leadoff coming up after these quick words. Best holiday ever continues. We still got a few days left here. Just head to aroundthe715.com for your chance to win some gift cards, some tickets to some events, listen to some music and such. Plus, we've got the Merry Market and Holiday Fair coming up this Saturday at the Brewing Project from 6 a.m. or not 6 a.m., noon to 6 p.m. Excuse me, it's just past 6 a.m. right now. But noon to 6 p.m., the Brewing Project, so you can head on over there before the Green Bay-Chicago game that night. But big thanks to Window World, Green Oasis Gardens, the District, REM Community Services, partnered with Savita Health, HG Megs, Northwestern Bank, EC Moving and Storage, SC Swiderski, TF Exteriors, Nicolay Bank in Eau Claire, and Lake Hallie. Also, don't forget, kiddos, we've got the Santa tracker up on our websites at sportstalk1051.com. So if you want to see where the big guy's at, if he's getting close, where he's at on Christmas Eve, you can check out our website for the Santa tracker. And leading up to it, too, you can chat a little bit. The kids can chat a little bit with Santa or Mrs. Claus, get some coloring sheets and all that good stuff. Again, big thanks to East Eau Claire Event District and American Drone for helping bring that to everybody. All right, so let's chat a little green and gold here this morning to open up things, as the Packers returned to practice yesterday. And a couple of notes from practice. Christian Watson returned to practice. Matt LaFleur, before practice began, said that he was going to practice on a limited basis, said he's improving. We'll just see how he's feeling out there. And then Watson, after practice, chatting a little bit with the media, said that he got through a big chunk of it. Feels good, or feels pretty much as good as possible at this point. So, but nonetheless, it's got to give the Packers a ton of confidence that he's going to be able to go out there on Saturday nights. And I think, for today too, Evan Williams, he said he had a sprained MCL. He said he considers himself day to day. He'd like to get some practice reps this week to see if he can go on Saturday. So today's a big day. Today's a big day for a guy like Evan Williams, if he wants to test it out and see if he's going to be able to give it a go on Saturday. But with the Watson one, obviously I think we're all kind of pumped. We're all kind of excited that he might be out there. I mean, when we all saw that injury on Sunday, I'm sure I had the same reaction like a lot of people. And this was before the Micah one too. So it was like, oh, blank. Whatever word kind of came out of your mouth that we can't say right now, but it's like, oh, no. Oh, really? Come on. And then it was just like, and the Micah one, then the Evan Williams, and, Zach Tom, and it was all that stuff. So the fact that Watson may have avoided what looked like a really, really, really bad injury is pretty remarkable, to be honest. I mean, there's probably a big sigh of relief from a lot of people. And I think this is going to be a question we chat with Dr. Crow, but I'd be curious, the extra protection, if he's going to be wearing one of those Kevlar vests. I know a lot of guys wear that if they got some rib injuries and such, or if there's a potential that he could get, a little bit more dinged up. Is he vulnerable to something like that? But that'll be a question for when we chat with Dr. Crow yesterday. But again, just looking at the film, looking at what some of the media people recorded with Watson out there, and I know it's very limited stuff. I mean, he looked like he was moving around fairly well. He looked like he was kind of normal out there. So fingers crossed, but that's got to be such a huge confidence boost for that team. And for guys who may be a little bit banged up, or for guys, who may be a little bit down after that game on Sunday, look at number 9. And for anybody else out there who still doubts Christian Watson or still isn't on the Christian Watson bandwagon, fan train, whatever you want to call it, that guy suiting up to go out there Saturday night leaving the hospital Sunday night, and he might be playing Saturday. Don't ever question that guy's commitment, that guy's drive to want to be there for his team, to help out his team. If I'm one of his teammates right now and I see number 9 suited up out there after what we saw Sunday when it didn't look good, that's got to get you motivated. And that's got to, like, okay, if this guy is going to go out there, this means a lot. We got to dial in. Let's go. Anybody who has played, I don't care if it's high school, college, whatever, rec league, your teammate, what looked like it was maybe a big-time injury, a serious injury, he's like, I'm coming back. I'm playing this week. That's got to motivate you. That's a leader. And I want this team to rally behind like that. Behind a guy like Christian Watson who is going out there. Because he realizes how big these next 3 games are, especially this game on Saturday. He gets it. He understands it. He knows the moments. Don't ever question a Christian Watson's toughness. If he's able to go out there on Saturday, do not question it. And if he's able to make some plays, catch a touchdown pass, maybe catch a big catch or something like that, you know that team is going to be jacked up. You know that team is going to rally behind that. So, again, Evan Williams. I think Evan Williams is going to be a big key if he's able to go out there. I don't think he's going to. I'm not an expert by any means, but a sprained MCL for his position might be kind of tough to go out there. But if somehow he's able to go out there, I think whoever is going to play in that spot has some big shoes to fill. Whether they decide to move Javon Buller to safety and put Nate Hobbs at the slot, or whether they decide to put Zane Anderson, which they did in that Denver game, I don't know. But whoever it is going to have a big role, and they're going to be counted on big time in that game because Evan Williams was a crucial player in that last Chicago game and stopping some of those explosive runs. And whoever steps into that spot, whether it is Zane, whether they decide to move Javon over there, whoever it is, they have got to be ready to step up and be a big-time contributor to this game. This is your chance. This is an opportunity for those guys to make a name for themselves, to make their mark on this ball club. That is going to be huge. Interesting note yesterday, too, at practice. So Zach Tom did not practice, and they've been kind of quiet. They're just, saying it's a knee injury and such, very coy about it. Jordan Morgan did get practice time yesterday at right tackle. So we'll see if, Zach Tom's not able to go. But this was from Tom Silverstein. Packers working out both Darian Kennard and Jordan Morgan at right tackle. LaFleur didn't rule out Morgan playing there, even though he's been a left tackle and right guard so far. May depend on who practices better if Zach Tom can't play. Something to kind of monitor if the former first-round pick is going to be able to go out there or not. And again, whoever does play in that spot, you got to be on your A game. Everybody's got to be on their A game for this match, for this game. Everybody. So, again, today we'll get a little bit more of maybe a little bit of a better idea of who's going to be out there come Saturday. We'll get game designations today. Also yesterday, too, just a little bit of a news thing. Marshawn Lloyd. So kind of interesting how the Packers did this. They activated him. They put him on the 53, but then put him back on the injured reserve. Why would the Packers do that? Because it kind of resets the clock then. And then if Green Bay is able to make a deep run and he's ready to go, he has the possibility to still kind of come back. It's a long shot at this point. Kind of maybe a little bit more of a formality, but I guess why not? Why not go out and do that? What do you have to lose at that point? So if you kind of saw yesterday, it's like, okay, why did they activate him and then put him back on the injured reserve? Because if they kind of left him there, he'd be done. No chance to come back at all this year. Kind of playing around a little bit with the rules, a little bit of a loophole in that aspect, and just kind of maybe that door slightly, the slimmest of margins, still open out there just in case they make a deep run and potentially get back. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We got a couple of Enough's Enough to get to. Send those on over. We'll hit that up. We'll talk some more football. Don't forget, we've got a big-time Badger volleyball match tonight, too, for a chance for a spot in the national championship. We'll hit that up, too. We'll talk some Bucks. Doc Rivers, maybe he's feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. It's the clock ticking on Doc Rivers' tenure as head coach, though, too. I think for a lot of fans, they probably said, too late. Should have done it a long time ago. But we'll hit all that up coming up here in just a little bit, too. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more after these few words. Make your holidays merry and bright with a trip to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. From fresh holiday hams and turkeys to seasonal produce, bakery treats, and all your favorite pantry staples, Hy-Vee has everything you need for festive meals and gatherings. Their friendly staff is ready to help you find the perfect ingredients, and weekly specials make holiday shopping easy on your budget. Hy-Vee, bringing freshness, value, and holiday cheer to your kitchen this season. C-Bomb with Enough is Enough. My enough is for all the Christian Watson haters. Yes, his first couple of years, he dealt with hamstring injuries. He worked his entire offseason last year and changed his entire workout regimen to strengthen his hamstrings. Last year's ACL was out of his control, and this injury shows he will play through pain. The guy does everything he can to try and stay on the field. We saw how bad that offense is without him. And we kind of saw it last year when he went down with that ACL a little bit too, right? I mean, or whenever he did miss time. It was a lot of it flows. That to me, again, is why he is the number one receiver on this team. Dan H. says, good morning. Enough is enough. The relentless media attention to the Cowboys. Does anyone care about your 1% chance to make the playoffs? Could the NFC North be any more exciting than now? Go Pack. Unfortunately, that's the name of the game when it comes to national stuff and Cowboys talk, because as soon as they're eliminated, though, too, you know what it's going to be, right? You know exactly what it's going to be. And it's just, it's what gets clicks. It's what draws ratings. So I hear you, though, man. I hear you. I mean, I can't think of another non-coach, non-player during a game that gets the camera panned on him so many times as Jerry Jones. But again, Jerry Jones, he loves a good soap opera. He loves the attention. He wants that. I mean, that's what he's all about. So, continue to send me your enough's enough. All right, text those on over, 715-830-1912. Speaking of the Bears, okay, so I got to bring this up because kind of chuckled a little bit at it. It ain't going to happen. It's not. But if you are a Bears fan, I'm just kind of curious to know your reaction to this. So this whole stadium thing, you know, at the beginning of this of the year, they had, you know, this kind of like celebration talk. I mean, you know, with their new stadium and what it was going to look like and getting ready for that and all that. And now Kevin Warren, their president and CEO, released a letter yesterday kind of saying, well, now we may be looking elsewhere to have our stadium. And now they're even throwing in there the possibility of Northwest Indiana. This is just part of the letter. Consequently, in addition to Arlington Park, we need to expand our search and critically evaluate opportunities throughout the wider Chicagoland region, including Northwest Indiana. This is the part I really kind of chuckled at. This is not about leverage. We spent years trying to build a new home in Cook County. We invested significant time and resources evaluating multiple sites and rationally decided on Arlington Heights. Our fans deserve a world-class stadium. Our players and coaches deserve a venue that matches the championship standard they strive for every day. With that in mind, our organization must keep every credible pathway open to deliver that future. This is 100% about leverage. You may not say it's about leverage, but it is 100% about leverage, okay? It is. We're not idiots. We're not fools here. It is about leverage. It ain't going to happen, first off. It's not going to happen. The Bears will not move to Northwest Indiana. The Bears are not going to go to another state. Okay? It's not. But, I mean, you're a Packers fan. The jokes write themselves with this thing. So why is this out there? A part of the other letter says here, we have not received. So we'll go back. The stakes for Illinois are significant. Thousands of union jobs, year-round attractions, and global events made possible by a fixed-roof stadium that would provide long-term revenue for the state. For a project of this scale, uncertainty has significant consequences. Stable timelines are critical, as are predictable processes, and elected leaders who share a sense of urgency and appropriation or appreciation for public partnership that projects with this level of impact require. We have not received that sense of urgency or appreciation to date. We have been told directly by leadership our project will not be a priority in 2026, despite the benefits it will bring to Illinois. So that's why this is out there. It is 100% about leverage. I don't care what you have to say or not, but it is 100% about leverage. But can you imagine? Can you imagine one of the more iconic franchises since the beginning of the NFL, okay, Chicago Bears, going to a different state, Northwest Indiana? I mean, would they be what? The Gary Bears? The Valpo Bears? My personal fave, as I put on Facebook, because this would just be hilarious. Michigan City Bears. I mean, that's a double whammy. It's in Indiana, and then it's like the Michigan City Bears. I mean, that area. I mean, for crying out loud. It ain't going to happen. But it's still kind of like, really? Really? It'd be funny if you're a Packers fan. Heck, if you're a Vikings fan, it'd probably be kind of funny, but it ain't going to happen. But at the same time, as a Packers fan, I don't want it to happen either. I don't think it would change the rivalry, but you know, I don't want it to happen. I don't want the Bears to leave Chicago. Okay, I don't. We can write the jokes, we can tell the jokes, we can say all that stuff, but I don't want it to happen as a Packers fan. I like the rivalry. I like it when we win. I hate it when we lose. Hate it. And again, I don't think that would change if they were to move to Northwest Indiana. Again, I put this at like a 0.01% chance of happening. But I don't want either. I don't want them to move. I think it's that history. It's that legacy. And if you know your Packers history, for crying out loud, it was George Halas. George Halas had a big influence back in the day in keeping the Packers in Green Bay. So say what you want about, this would be a complete shot to the Bears for moving out. Let's make this happen. I mean, you go back, as much as this rivalry is a thing, it was Papa Bear, George Halas, that helped keep Green Bay, helped support, the new stadium that is Lambeau right now when it was first built back in 1956. So, as much as there's that heated rivalry, there's a little bit of a connection where the Bears kind of did help out Green Bay, even in 1922 when the Packers, they had a player scandal. Again, if you know your history, they had a little bit of a player scandal, with the whole, ineligible players playing with the Packers. Green Bay got kicked out. And George Halas was one of the people that helped get Green Bay back into the NFL. So there's a mutual respect, I think, between the two franchises. There's a little bit of again, I don't like to use the word hate. There's a desire for both franchises and for both teams to, beat the what out of each other. You don't have to like each other, but I think there's obviously a mutual respect between the two. So I don't want Chicago to leave. I don't want the Bears to leave Chicago. I don't. And it won't. But are the jokes there? The jokes are 100% there. All right, we got to take another quick break as we start to wrap up the first hour. So we'll do that right now, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Winter activities are obviously here right now. Skiing, snowboarding, ice skating. Y'all ready for it? Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine in Eau Claire is here to help you stay active and injury-free this season. From sports injuries to joint pain and arthritis, their experienced specialists provide personalized care and advanced treatments to get you back on the slopes or the ice quickly and safely. Don't let winter keep you on the sidelines, peeps. Schedule your appointment today by visiting cvosm.com. That's cvosm.com. Continue to send me your fantasy football questions for Mr. Eric Balkman, who will be joining us coming up just past 9 o'clock this morning. Also, if you've got any deer hunting, ice fishing questions, or outdoor-related questions for Jake Bolks, please send those on over too on our Shoe Doctors bullpen line. I know we got maybe some tricky weather coming up a little bit later on. It's also a very good reminder to always stay tuned to our website, sportstalk1051.com, for the WEAU 13 News First Alert school closings that are brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. Hovland's and ServiceMaster. So, again, I don't know if it would affect anything for today or tomorrow, but always just a good idea just in case, because you never know, right? You never know. So we got a few minutes left to the top of the hour here, so we'll talk some more football a little bit later on. I want to chat some hoops coming up in the next hour. I might as well I'll go through the exchange right now, but you kind of get a sense that maybe, you know, when you can kind of sense a coach or a team is maybe in a little bit of trouble, like a coach is in a little bit of trouble, or maybe he kind of feels the pressure and kind of takes it out on the media, right? That's probably the outlet for a lot of these guys. We've seen it time and time again, right? We've seen this. So Jim Ozarski, who covers the Bucks, we've had him on the program before. Covers the Bucks for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. And Jim had asked a question about effort and kind of maybe being, you know, that efforts could be an example of a controllable that players can control. Doc Rivers responded by saying, "You think you could control that?" Jim said, "I think so. I can control my own." Doc goes, "Do you? Or do you?" Jim says, "I try to." Doc goes, "Do you?" "No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I think people think it's just that easy, and it's not as easy as it sounds. Life, if everybody did that, wouldn't everybody be good and play hard every night? I'm serious. It's not as easy as saying, you know, guys, everybody has to play harder. Everybody has to have the right emotions. You're dealing with 15 different individuals, and everybody deals with things differently. But the bottom line is, and I'm being honest, we're not thinking about all that stuff. We're just trying to be a better basketball team right now. That's it." So Jim followed up by saying, "Can that help, though?" Doc says, "I think making the right plays, bringing the ball up the court, executing, doing all those things, it's like the chicken and the egg. Something has to go first. Something has to give you confidence to do it over and over again. And I think execution, put it like this, I'm far more focused on execution than I am about feelings and the headspace and all that stuff. That's just my opinion." Jim followed up by saying, "Would some of that, though, be effort? Like guys have talked about it being a try-harder league." Doc says, "Yeah, I think, again, life is emotional, right? And if you're struggling, you get in your own way and you're not playing as hard. If you're thinking, you're not playing as hard because you're thinking about what you should be doing. If another player gets on you about passing, there's so many more variables to playing hard. And usually when teams are struggling, the easy thing is saying they're not playing hard. And what no one is seeing is all the other things that are contributing to that." So that's what I would say to that. And this is, again, thanks to Eric Name for posting that up. Eric also covers the the Bucks for the Athletics. So kind of a testy exchange between the two about effort, talking about effort. And you can kind of get the sense that Doc is feeling some of the pressure. And maybe there's some frustration boiling out of this too about his team's effort, about how his team's playing, about where they're at right now in the standings and such. I'm sure it's probably all the above. And I honestly don't feel like, I feel like a change probably should be made, but I don't feel like it's going to happen. I feel like at first they're probably scouring all the different, trades, possibilities that they can go out there and do to add to this team and pair up with Giannis. Because that's kind of the latest out there is that, sources, reports are saying that the Bucks are not going to be dealing Giannis, and they're actually looking to add to him. And now you got other names out there. I don't know how legit these are, but, I mean, you're throwing Anthony Davis rumors into this. You're throwing Ja Morant rumors into this. And I'll be honest, I know the question for a lot of people is, what can they trade? Who can they give up it to get? I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what it would cost for a lot of these players. The NBA trade thing is so weird to kind of forecast. Kind of like Major League Baseball to a sense too. I don't know how they could pull off any of this. I really don't. But we'll wait and see. All right, shot clock's there. We got 1 hour in. 3 more to go, though. Lots to hit up. We'll take a quick break for some news updates, and we'll be right back after these quick words. All right, second hour, kick it off right now on this Thursday morning of December 18th. Thanks for hanging out with us so far here. Hopefully we can keep you around. Zach, good to hear from you again on the YouTube stream saying let's only hope number 9 can play Saturday. He is the difference maker on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe this is a bold prediction, but if Watson plays, the Packers win that game. My enough is enough. All the negativity about how this Packers team is done and can't do anything after that Denver game. Enough is enough. This team is resilient, and they will overcome. Keep those enough's enough on over. Text them to us on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. So we'll get back to some more of those. We've got fantasy football coming up in just a little bit, so continue to send over your texts with that, 715-830-1912 if you got any questions for your playoff lineups. A lot of playoffs going on. Maybe you're in the winner's bracket, maybe you're in the loser's bracket, whatever the case may be. If you need some help, and maybe you just need another opinion on the lineups and such, just send them on over and let Eric help you out. We'll talk some hoops here in just a little bit. So we'll talk some more hoops with the Bucks back in action tonight, taking on the Raptors. The latest rumors and rumblings surrounding some of the trade names out there that the Bucks potentially are linked to. So we'll go through all of that. Also tonight, approximately 8 p.m., depending on when the first match is over with and such, Badger volleyball in the Final Four, taking on the one-seeded Kentucky Wildcats. So Badgers just one win away from getting back to the national championship. So we'll see if they can punch another ticket. Badgers, obviously, not necessarily just volleyball, but obviously there is a history between the two universities when it comes to Final Fours, as we know, with basketball and such. So should be a good one tonight between Wisconsin and Kentucky. So we ended the last hour talking a little hoops and Bucks rumors and Bucks chats and such, and there's more reports out there that the Bucks are not shopping Giannis at this point. In fact, they are looking, I know we talked a little bit about it yesterday, quote, going big game hunting was what one rival general manager said out there. So that has a lot of speculation on who could they potentially be targeting and such. It's everything from Zach LaVine, who now has an ankle injury, so I don't know if that kind of takes him out of the equation. There's been some chat about Ja Morant from Memphis. There's been even some talk about Anthony Davis, but I don't know how that one fits with Miles Turner and such. And Jeremy Grant has been involved, or his name has been thrown out there. You had Andrew Wiggins' name being thrown out there, Marcus Smart, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know if it's all on the up and up, but we did do a post-class Samir 715 Speaks poll question that we normally do every night on our Facebook page. And we asked the listeners, do you believe the reports, or do you trust that the Bucks will actually make a big move before the deadline, which isn't until February? But remember, December 15th is that day where more players become eligible to be traded, because for any player that signed a contract in the offseason, you can't trade them right away until December 15th. And now we know that day has come and passed. So that's why we're starting to hear some more of those rumors and such. But regardless, 90% of you saying no, you don't think, or you don't trust that the Bucks will actually trade for a star player to pair up with Giannis, and obviously 10% of you think that they will. In terms of who can they trade, what they could trade, that's anybody's guess at this point. I mean, there has been some talk about, maybe I think they would like to move on from Kyle Kuzma, or maybe Bobby Portis' name has been mentioned on there and such, but I have no idea. I know some first-round picks now they can trade. It has become eligible to trade, but it's kind of a tricky sort of thing and such. But, kind of going back a little bit to what we were talking about at the end of the first hour, to Doc Rivers, comments about effort and such when Jim Orzarski was talking about that, because multiple Bucks players have talked about needing to bring more consistent competitive spirit and effort over the last few days. And the quotes we went through from Doc there, obviously give a sense that Doc is maybe feeling a little bit of the heat, feeling a little bit of the pressure and such, but nonetheless, it's not a great look for this team right now. So, but it'll be an interesting next few days. Bucks back at it tonight, taking on the Toronto Raptors. You can listen to that game tonight here on 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Coverage will begin at about 6:30 this evening. No Giannis. Probably not going to be until January at the earliest when we see Giannis back out on that court. So, in terms, a couple texts here to catch up with the Bucks. Ben said a little bit earlier, I don't think the Bucks are going to be able to swing a trade for a big name player, probably a couple of other players, but it won't move the needle. Dave goes the other approach, saying John Horst has shown the ability to make big swing trades in the past. Whether they've worked or not is debatable for some of them, but he has shown that he is willing and somehow able to pull some of that stuff off. So I would not be surprised if the Bucks make a move for a big name player. And again, I don't know what any of those players could be and such. I think it's probably a little bit earlier in the process in that, but I guess we'll see at this point. Do you have a confidence level whether the Bucks are going to make a move or not before the deadline?
Well, the names you just mentioned sure don't trip my trigger. You make a star player. Anthony Davis is the only guy that you could put in there as a star player, and he's been so inconsistent because of injuries that you sure can't count on him. I don't think any of those names are.
John Morant would probably be the next one.
Well, John Morant would be the next one, but again, he's been hurt a lot as well, and I don't know how much benefit any of those names would be. The thing that frustrates me from just listening to your commentary there, they're complacent. Making that kind of money, how can they be complacent? I mean, they should be given everything every game, and I think that's one of the frustrating things you see about watching the Bucks is they have periods during a game where they just act like they don't care. And where in the world is the coach to get on these guys and, change that attitude? I think that's the frustrating thing I have, and a lot of other people I talk to about watching the Bucks. They say, well, they've got talent there, but they just can't get it together, or they don't have the drive and desire to win. If they're going to go out and find somebody, I hope it's not a name player like Anthony Davis, because you start dealing with those kind of guys, you got to give up the ranch and, maybe 2 or 4 kids is what it amounts to. They're going to want everything. You got to get, in a way, kind of lucky, like the Thunder did when they traded for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they got him. And look what he's turned into. And that team is, if they don't win the NBA title, it's going to be because of big injuries maybe later in the season, but that's kind of what you got to do. But if they go out and try and trade for Anthony Davis, I think they're taking this franchise right down a rat hole.
Yeah, and again, these are just, people throwing names out there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I wouldn't get too, I wouldn't read too much into this. It's just people trying to connect dots and who could be available and the, quote, big game hunting that a rival general manager reportedly said and such. So,
And what do the Bucks have, if they're going to make a trade, what do the Bucks have to offer somebody else? Because these guys,
well, it's
for the
like
most
what I
part,
just said. I have no idea.
No, but I mean, who the Bucks have that somebody would be really attracted to other than Giannis? Because, they're talking about not performing and not being engaged. And it's, I don't know. The Bucks are in a tough spot right now. To be their general manager right now, it would be a tough situation because I don't know what kind of tools that you have to make a trade that would be worthwhile. I don't know. I mean, I think they're in a tough spot right now, and I don't envy that general manager. But, again, who might be available? If some of these teams are making a guy like, and again, like you said, it's just speculation. But Anthony Davis, yeah, I think Dallas is realizing that, he's a great player, and he is a great player. I won't take anything away from his ability, his talent, and his performance when he's healthy. But when is he healthy? That's the problem, and I'm sure Dallas, they could figure out some way to get out from under him and that salary and move on with a trade. I'm sure they'd be open to it.
And that's just it. It's like, you say, what would the Bucks give up? It would be, as we've seen in the NBA many times before, it's contracts wise, where you can send over a big contract. Maybe it's expiring at the end of the year for a team that just kind of wants to reset. They'd move on from that veteran then and just kind of take that money off the books and such. And that's where it's a little bit different compared to like the NFL, where you've got dead cap space and salary caps and such. So you have those. You see a lot of teams trade for contracts, essentially, so they can move on from that sort of stuff. So,
yeah, a good example of that was a few years ago when the Bucks got Drew Holiday out to Portland, and I don't even think he ever went to Portland, and they cut him and just it was all in a contract deal, and he went to Boston and won a ring, and that's how the NBA works with these exorbitant salaries. They've got to trade dollars, not players so much.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I don't think anything's going to happen anytime soon here, because I think it's still early in the process, and again, trade deadline is until February. So.
Yeah, and of course by February we're going to have a lot more feel for which teams are really in the fight for the title, and then if they are going to trade Giannis, then they can hold up another team rather than the other team holding us up for getting talent to be around Giannis. Because if they want Giannis, and I'm the Bucks, you're going to pay a king's ransom to get him, not only as far as players, but draft choices, and I don't know, we might want all your gym shoes or something, I don't know. But I there's a timing element to this all as far as trading is concerned too. And in the NBA, when you get out to just before February and you start looking at the teams that are, pretty much established as the teams that are going to win the division and go on to the playoffs, those are the teams that might be desperate, saying we need one more tool. That tool, Giannis, if it is, you're going to pay for it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, we got to take a quick break here, but we'll have a whole lot more. Continue to send us those texts and those thoughts on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. We'll be right back after these few words. Make holiday shopping simple this year with a quick stop at Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From premium hand-cut roasts and holiday hams to perfectly seasoned brats, fresh ground beef, and all your favorite meats, Mike's has everything you need to make your holiday meals unforgettable. Stock up for family gatherings, gift great local flavor, and enjoy the quality and service that only a hometown market delivers. That's Mike's Star Market, bringing fresh local goodness to your holiday season. So don't forget, next Tuesday, we'll be over at the VFW Post 305, located on Star Avenue, for our annual Festivus for the Rest of Us program, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We'll do the airing of grievances at 8:30, the feats of strength coming up at 9 o'clock that day. If you show up, if you have the day off, come over, say hi to Brandon or myself. We'll buy you a man cave lights, and otherwise from 6A to 10A. VFW Post 305 is doing $1 domestic mugs, $2 craft mugs during that time. If you do got to work, but maybe you want to grab some breakfast, they've got their breakfast menu as well. I believe the special for that day is eggs and corned beef hash is what Donna told me. So, again, that'll be coming up next Tuesday, December 23rd, for our Festivus for the Rest of Us show, where we do our airing of grievances and feats of strength and all that fun stuff. It's always a good time over there. So I want to have a kind of just a little bit of a fun question here. Take the Packers out of this, because that would be the easy one, but take the Packers out of this. If there was a team that, and we've seen it before, teams move to different cities, change their name or whatever, like the Raiders. It's been Oakland Raiders. It's been the Los Angeles Raiders. It's now the Vegas Raiders. What team would be like the biggest shock? Because, I know I talked about it in the first hour. I don't think it's happening. I call those slim chance with the whole Bears thing. Now that they're looking at Northwest Indiana as a potential site to move the franchise and go play over there. And maybe they would do something similar to what the Giants and Jets do, where, it's the New York Giants, New York Jets, but they're in New Jersey and such. I think that's a little bit different because, New York's a state, not just a city too. But, obviously some people are having some fun with it, calling it the Gary Bears or the Valpo Bears. And like I said, my favorite is the Michigan City Bears if we look at Northwest Indiana and such. But what would be, to me, that would just be weird if they moved out of there. And I know like the Dallas Cowboys for a long time were like in Irving, Texas too and such. But go for it.
That's at least a suburb of Dallas.
Right. But it was always weird to see like Irving, Texas, the over there. So like on the telecast, it'd say Irving, Texas and such. So what would be the franchise in any sport that would be kind of the like, and we're going to take Green Bay out of this because that's the easy pick, right? If Green Bay moved, that would be the easy one. So Yankees would be up there probably, Cubs.
Boston Celtics,
all that stuff. I don't see the Bears moving. I don't think it's going to happen.
I've talked to people in Chicago, and, a lot of them say, the Bears are an iconic institution. Let's face it, they're like the Packers, the Chicago Bears, the Green Bay Packers. It's Minnesota Vikings. It's not the Minneapolis Vikings. It's a Minnesota. It's Detroit Lions. And, they're playing a suburb, or did the Silverdome was in Pontiac, Michigan. And I remember I was over there last spring in the Detroit area, and it was way in the world outside of Detroit. And they said, yeah, this is the Palace at Auburn Hills. I said, that's not anywhere near Detroit. Mm-hmm. No, that's why they had to move them back into the city, because the support for the Detroit Pistons in that area was waning, because the Palace at Auburn Hills was a major trip. It was like going from here to Wausau to watch the Pistons play. And I don't know why the Chicago City Council and the Chicago bigwheels don't say, hey, let's give everything we have to the Bears, from Soldier Field to the lake, all that prop. Don't tear down any building, to the lake. They want to build a new facility, let them build a facility, maybe with a retractable roof.
That's what they want, is the roof, yeah.
A retractable roof for Soldier Field. They can still leave Soldier Field there, but, and I don't live in Chicago, we're not down there, but I talk to people that are around Chicago, and they say they can make that work because there's so much room down there along the lake. for them to, moving out to Arlington Heights is one thing, but moving out of the state into Indiana, that's a different thing. So I don't know what the city fathers are thinking. This should be, almost a no-brainer because they're an institution. They really are. I mean, it's,
I don't know. What's more iconic, is it Cubs or Bears?
Probably the Cubs, but the Bears are right on their heels.
Yeah,
no question
White
about
Sox aren't close.
No.
I would say
the Bulls in the last few years, since Jordan's gone, and they've let that franchise kind of linger, even though the Bears lingered for many years too. But still, it's the Bears.
Yeah.
And the Bears. And it's an iconic franchise, like you said. But for the people I talked to, they said, this is much ado about nothing. This could be solved in 5 minutes by some people that had common sense and knew the importance of keeping keeping the Bears in the city of Chicago. Moving them to Indiana would be devastating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
Even though it's just right on the border of Chicago. I know you don't know when you're going from Chicago into Indiana. That's not the point. It's not Chicago anymore.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, if you really want to get into it, Lambeau Field, that Schwabenon sort of thing, I mean, that's just picking nails or picking, that. I mean, if some people want to get that way.
But Green Bay at Schwabenon, you're not talking the metropolitan area like you are Chicago.
Right.
I mean, you're going into Indiana, you're on the interstate and the throughways and the freeways, and you don't know you do. It's a difference. And to move it out of the city and you go through all the rail yards and the industrial areas of outside the city of Chicago. If you've ever been around there, and most people have driven around Chicago, when you're getting out of the city and into the hinterland, so to speak, of outside, not even the suburbs, but the outside area of Chicago into Indiana, when you're there, and that's not where the Bears belong.
No. And I know that, they want that roof, they want that stadium, and I get it, to host a Super Bowl and to host these a Final Four and national championship.
Concerts on the lake. I mean, it's just, it's unbelievable. The Pope is from Chicago. He's coming to Chicago. You put him in a stadium like that, although he'd attract a lot more people. But, downtown Chicago is an iconic place, and to lose the Bears out of that area would be a devastating decision by city fathers, and I don't know if they would ever be forgiven by the masses.
And I don't know, I'm not familiar with that area by the lake and such, and I don't know if it'd be something, because you look at what Green Bay has done over the last few years. They've been buying up property surrounding, and they obviously built up Titletown. They continue to buy property and just making that Packer area, Titletown district, essentially. I don't know if that's something the Bears have looked at or they can do or what. I'm not quite sure. I'm not familiar with that area. I don't know
the exact, but I mean, you got, the park along the lake and out towards, when you go out to the farther south, going towards Soldier Field, there's a lot of area there. I'm not sure how much privately owned, how much of it is city park. And it's a park that's used by thousands and thousands and thousands of people during the good weather days, all the way down to some beaches on Lake Michigan. You got the aquarium, you got the Shed Aquarium, you've got, all those museums down along there. It's a beautiful part of the city, and it's well used. But Soldier Field is a big part of that, and the Bears. Now, I don't think they'd ever, and I don't know. I don't know if they'd ever think about tearing down Soldier Field and building a new facility. You never say never. I mean, a lot of stadiums have been torn down. They're not iconic like Soldier Field has been over the years. And the reason that we have a Soldier Field, just make it new Soldier Field, make it updated. Everything is updated nowadays. So I think they're making it's a big decision, a major decision, no question about it. But it seems from the outside looking in, they're making a bigger project out of this than it needs to be.
Yeah, I would agree. And you know what? Hey, I mentioned in the first hour, George Halas was instrumental a couple times in saving the Packers in Green Bay. Maybe Green Bay's got to help Chicago. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just...
Because I want them to stay.
Oh, absolutely. You look at the history of the Bears and how important they are to the city, the Bears and the Cubs, and even the White Sox and the Bulls have a shorter history of that major importance. Chicago Bulls used to play downtown at the stadium, and now they've built that arena when Jordan was there. No reason the Bears can't, but they're in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to move the Bears out of Chicago to Indiana, and even though people say, well, it's really a suburb of Chicago. No, it's not. It's Indiana. It's out in the industrial area. It's a completely different vibe than you get from the restaurants and the nightlife and, you know, State Street and all the other famous places around Chicago. I think it would be amazing, even to move it to Arlington Heights. I was a little taken aback by. And now, I don't know if the Arlington Heights site is dead, but they were talking about a dome stadium out there where Arlington Park, the racetrack, used to be, before that closed, which was another iconic place in Chicago that we used to go to all the time and have a ball. But to move the Bears out of Chicago, I think the bottom line to Indiana would be a huge, huge mistake.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. It would be definitely one of the weird ones out there if they were ever to move. But, yeah, like you said, I mean, you know, some of the bigger ones, Yankees, Boston, Lakers, all that, yeah, iconic ones too. So, and yeah, I know Lakers moved from Minneapolis to L.A., but now it's Los Angeles. You know, it's Los Angeles Lakers. So.
Oh, there's no question about that. And I don't know, the Spectrum. I was at the Spectrum. I don't know if they still play at the Spectrum, if it's the same building or if they're because the Lakers played there and the hockey team, the Kings, played there, and it was downtown, but it was in L.A. They didn't move it out into some suburb way out. And, you know, there's all these cities. When you fly into these cities now on a clear day like Los Angeles, you fly almost over the city for almost as long as it takes to get from Minneapolis to L.A. When you fly in, I mean, you're over that city for a long time, and you start moving some of these things out of the city with all the traffic you've got, it gets to be more of a hassle than it's worth going to the game. Like, you know, for us to go to Green Bay to a Packer game, it's an easy drive. Get over on 29 and away you go. But boy, oh boy, for fans in downtown Chicago that go to Soldier Field that would have to go to Gary, Indiana to go to a game, wow.
Just be weird to say Indiana would have two NFL teams, because you got the Colts over there too. So, but all right, we got to take a quick break, but we got a whole lot more coming up after these few words. Still got a couple days to make your nomination for who you think deserves a rest of the season snowplow from our friends at AJM Automotive. Bob's raising his hand. So AJM's looking to give for the rest of the winter season snow plowing services. They're looking for somebody who does a lot, volunteers for programs, a coach out there too. That's kind of where they're at. I've gotten a few emails, so hit me up with an email on who you think should be nominated. A big thanks to AJM Automotive for doing that. And again, reminder, AJM Automotive, not only are they your place to go to for vehicle repairs, brake work, tires, and such. They do offer plowing services for snow, also towing services too. So if we do like today, especially when that weather gets a little bit trickier potentially and we get some ice, if you do slip on the road and you need a little bit of help of getting out, AJM Automotive provides towing services. Just give them a call, 715-835-9523, or keep that number in your cell phone in case.
Yeah, that's neat that they're going to do that. I'm trying to think of maybe some older folks that have been coaches and given back to the community where it's more of a struggle to get out and do that now. Nominate some of those folks because there are folks that could use it, and that's a nice offer they're doing.
Yes, absolutely. So big thanks to John and AJM Automotive for doing that. So you got your Badger polo on. You're ready for
I'm ready for the volleyball.
Yeah.
As I said the other day, I was talking to Bob Gallagher over at TV 13. I'm doing some morning TV with him. I said, as I love to watch women's volleyball. And I said, as I watch that, I got to think how many college basketball coaches are just absolutely, because college volleyball is at the major, they're playing Kentucky. You'd look at that, and that's basketball country. Louisville was good, and all
Texas,
these schools, Texas.
yeah.
But you look at how many of these college women's basketball coaches from those schools, the elite schools, are just drooling at these girls that are 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", that are playing volleyball and have nothing to do with basketball. They're superior athletes. And I think you watch them play, and I think some of these young ladies would be marvelous basketball players, but they like that volleyball. Volleyball is fast-paced. It's fun to watch, and it's really something. It's kind of like football coaches, how many young men we've lost to soccer that don't play football anymore. But the diversity of our sports is really growing, and these young ladies that are volleyball players at a major college level, they are elite athletes. Even the little girls that are the liberos, they call them, that do the setting and everything like that. This is athletics at its top level.
Yes, I agree. So the first match tonight's going to be Texas A&M taking on Pittsburgh. That's going to be at 5:30. And then Wisconsin, Kentucky is scheduled at 8. But again, we'll see, when that first semifinal match is over with. It'll probably be adjusted and such. Might be a little bit later in that. And then championship coming up on the 21st. We got a lot going on. And not only that, but you got UW River Falls football on Saturday for their chance to punch their ticket to the Stag Bowl. I know we got listeners from River Falls over there too. So I know they're geeked up and excited about that. Yep. And then Sunday, in case you didn't hear, the 20th ranked Blue Gold men's basketball team, that's 20th ranked in the country, they're at the Sonotag, free admission for any fan for their game Sunday at 3 p.m. So you don't even have a Packer game that night or that day. You can go over there and watch them try to remain undefeated to begin the season.
I haven't seen the men yet. I've seen the Blue Gold women play, and I think I was there for their only loss of the season. And I think they've been doing really well So good winter sports in our area. Yeah,
so take advantage of that. If you've not been to a hoops game, not been to the Sonotag Center, let's pack that arena for the 20th ranked. There's only two, last I checked, two ranked teams in the WIAC Conference. That's lacrosse and UW Eau Claire Blue Golds. For
been a while when you think of Stevens Point and Oshkosh over the past decade or two where they've been. And so to have the Blue Golds and lacrosse up there, that's nice.
Yep. So, and I know we've got coming up on, I think it's January 17th, lacrosse comes to UW Eau Claire for a game Saturday at 5 p.m. So, should be a good one. But
and that Sonotag Center, if you haven't been there, it is a beautiful place to watch basketball, and it really is what an addition to our community.
Let's just pack it up now with fans for these games too. So. I'll be there on Sunday. I'm going to take Hudson's been asking, so it's like, all right, we're going to go there anyways. And that's courtesy from our good friends at Hy-Vee. They're covering the cost for ticket sales for everybody. So.
What I'm hoping are schools like Memorial and North can, I shouldn't say get back, but both be highly competitive. And the high school gyms don't hold it, and they move it to the Sonnentag Center. I remember when I was in high school, we did that. Our school, East and West and Madison, we'd play, and, we played games at the old field house. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just, that Sonnentag Center, the more use you can get out of it, the better off it is. And, boy, these kids get exposed to that, and it really fires you up when you come out of that locker room.
Yeah. Yeah. I was looking at I'm looking at North Park, the team they play. They're out of Chicago. They're 7-2 on this season. They've already played a couple of WIAC teams. They lost to La Crosse. They went to triple overtime against Stevens Point, where they won 115 to 114. So should be a good test for this Blue Gold basketball team coming up on Sunday. So.
Yeah, they got a nice team, and hopefully they can continue the run.
Yep, absolutely. And then we're going to get closer and closer to the WIAC portion of the schedule. So. Because I know it's finals week this week, so we don't have a whole lot of action going on for Blue Gold and that. But yeah, after North Park, it kicks into the WIAC portion starting in January. So Marquette lost last night. Speaking of college basketball, just note Marquette did lose to Georgetown last night. They haven't been off to a great start so far this season.
That's really watching Marquette is so much different than watching Wisconsin. I mean, Marquette is just they play like their hair's on fire. They just go, and not necessarily under control.
Yeah, and then Wisconsin men's team, they'll be back at it tomorrow. They've probably been anxious to get on that court after getting dominated by Nebraska last Wednesday, but they're going to be taking on Villanova at the Kohl Center tomorrow, and then Central Michigan next Monday, then UW-Milwaukee on the 30th, and then you open up the full-on slate of Big Ten with Purdue coming over on January 3rd. So good stuff coming up here. So let's take a quick break, and I'm going to play a little bit of a clip. Speaking of Badgers and stuff, I'm going to play a little bit of a clip that has sparked maybe a little bit of like a come on, man, from a lot of Badger and Packers fans. So some of you already know what I'm talking about, but that's a little tease. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll play that and get your reactions coming up after this quick break. Big thanks again to our friends at Carpet City Flooring Center. They just wrapped up Friday, putting in some new carpet in the studio to my left, the old Greatest Hits studio, kind of the control center for some other stations here. But not only did they do that, they did the wax, they did ours, they did the new Wisdom Greatest Hits studio as well. So if you are in need of some new carpeting, some new flooring, whether it is carpet, maybe some luxury vinyl planks, tile for the bathroom, hit up our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. You can also check them out online if you'd like at carpetcitywi.com. But if you have any questions and you're not sure where to start or what would work the best in your budget or in your space, their entire team there will help you out from start to the finish. They're located at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. All right, I'll play this clip from the Pat McAfee show yesterday. I'm sure you'll probably recognize the person by his voice, but in case you don't, this is J.J. Watts yesterday, audio courtesy from the Pat McAfee show.
I wanted to play for the Packers in free agency.
I know you.
I wanted to go to Green Bay.
And what
They
happened?
were not interested.
What?
That was old regime.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got Ed policy now.
Finish your story.
That's where I wanted to go. I told my agents, I don't care what the number is. I don't care how low it is. Tell me what it is so I can at least consider it. I said, I'm not saying it's a guarantee to take it, but I said, if it's 2 million, if it's 4 million, whatever the number is, put it in front of me so that I can at least consider it against all these options. And they said, we can't get a number.
They didn't even make an offer to JJ Watt?
I mean, I don't
What
like,
year
I don't
is
know
this?
if it
What
was.
year?
This was 2020. This is right before I went to Arizona. It was 2021,
So you're still playing football.
2020.
You were still.
You should have kicked the door down and went in there.
Yeah, like
This is my free, my real free agency.
Yeah.
Like I said, we go through the list of everything on what you want to do, where would you like to go, what are you looking for? And I said the ideal situation for me would be to go play for the Green Bay Packers. That's where, I grew up. I watched Reggie White. That would be incredible. I said I'll take a significant hometown discount to play there. And I said, but I just need to know what that looks like so I can at least consider it against all options. And I was not given a number to consider.
Oh my gosh, JJ. Now that might have been your agent saying, we're not telling this guy this small of a number because obviously that affects what number we're getting in this entire thing. And there has been stories of agents potentially not telling people things so they can guide them in a different direction. So we're not 100% sure. You would know better than us.
Yeah, no, I'm not 100% sure.
But what it
I am
sounds like
telling you
right
what I
now,
was told.
what it sounds like right now is that the Green Bay Packers said, who? Yeah, see ya. And just kind of moved along with J.J. Watt. That's awesome to hear right now.
I didn't do that.
I can tell you without question right now, I can tell you that $5 million would have gotten it done.
How much is
So there you go. You're rolling your eyes right now. So what ifs and all that sort of stuff. But to put it in perspective, $5 million would have gotten it done. He signed a deal with the Cardinals. If you just want to kind of put this in, the Cardinals gave him a lot more. They gave him a 2-year, $31 million deal. He's saying $5 million would have gotten it done.
And just think what money that would have freed up to bring in other free agents. Because where in the last, well, I'll say 10 years for lack of a better number to pull out of the air, has the weakness been in this Packer defense? It's been in the front seven. And if you had $5 million tied up in J.J. Now, granted, he was on the downside of his career. He wasn't, but still better than anything the Packers had. At $5 million, that makes it even more attractive. But not to do that. Who was was Tom? Was Thompson still a general?
Brian Gutekunst was. This was.
Has he responded to this?
This just came out yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And I doubt he's going to say anything. But I'll just so just to put it in perspective, 2021 was the year Green Bay went 13-4 that year. It was also the first year of the Joe Barry defense, so they still were a 3-4 defense, which is what JJ played a lot of in Houston. It was your starters, though, on that line. You had Kenny Clark, but Dean Lowry was one of them, and I think I'm trying to bring it up here. I think the other one was, hold on a second. It was Okay, yeah. Well, that was Zadarius Smith. Kingsley Keke was the other defensive lineman. So potentially you could have added J.J. Watt to that list with, that 13-4 team on that defensive line. So
what has it been over the years? And hopefully Ed Policy will change this. And I don't know Gutekunst's bias. Over the years, the lack of drafting Wisconsin Badger players by the Packers. It's just been no running backs, no linebackers, the Watt brothers. I mean, the list goes on and on and on that they have not drafted when they were available. T.J. Watt is the most prominent one, of course. But what is the reason the Packers will not draft and have not drafted capable Wisconsin play? You look at the linebacker core in the NFL. I don't know if anybody got more impactful linebackers than the Badgers have contributed to the NFL on these current rosters. What their bias is, I don't know.
So I'll play devil's advocate for the J.J. Watt thing where I don't know if anybody heard it, where Pat kind of made the comment too, and J.J. Lou's like, this is what I've just been told. Obviously, I don't know if the agents would have reached out to Green Bay by saying that because, yes, they get a bigger commission. His agents got a bigger commission from a 2-year, $31 million, as Pat alluded to. Did the agent even say anything like that to Green Bay, knowing that they won't get anything in J.J.? I don't know, and as J.J. said, he doesn't know. This is what he was just told. But we have also seen where players find that out, and then they fire that. I think the prime example was Freddie Freeman. Remember the Freddie Freeman story where his apparently agents or something like didn't go to Atlanta with a counteroffer because they wanted the most from the Dodgers, and Freeman was like pissed.
But Gutekunst, it's his job to do the due diligence of talking to the J.J. Watt team.
And I don't know. We don't know if he did or not.
No, but
that's
if
the thing.
Did, and he was told $5 million would get him there, and he said, "Well, no, we're passing."
Now, yeah,
then
if that's
I think
the case,
he's got to be called on the carpet. And Ed Policy hears this yesterday. He might go into Gutekunst's office. Is this true?
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't either.
But I think, that there's a lot of fans.
A lot of meat on the bone to talk about for that.
Mm-hmm. So
wow.
And I know JJ only played 7 games that 2021 year. That was the year Arizona did go to the playoffs too. He did play 16 in his last year. Only played 2 years with Arizona. But that's also not to say, well, that means he would have only played 7 games with Green Bay. You don't know. We don't know. No. Nobody knows. I think that's when he had a torn pec. I think he tried to come back for the playoff game for that too. But again, we don't know if the same exact thing would have been able to happen. So it's.
But it makes you grind your gears.
We talk about these athletes wanting to take hometown discounts, and here you have J.J. Watt saying he would have taken a massive hometown discount.
That is massive, too.
A massive one. And I think he still has that property in Wisconsin.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
I think he still does. So, but yeah, I don't know. But he put that out there yesterday, and that definitely got a lot of Packers fans like saying, "Come on," because I remember that whole thing. I remember that whole offseason going down and such. And I think it was the year prior. I think it was his last year in Houston when the Texans came up and did the joint practice, and he was able to do the bikes and bent the one kid's bike and ended up buying him a new one. So, but that would have been a cool story. There's no question about it. Seeing J.J. Watt suited up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there's any follow-up by Ed Policy or any of the media in Green Bay or anything like that, because that's a major story, I think.
And the thing is, Goody won't answer it either. So he, even
if he doesn't answer it, is he guilty by not answering or whatever the case may be? Of what is the story? There's 2 sides to every story, so you want to hear his. And whether maybe, like you say, maybe this agent came in and didn't pass along that number. Said, well, he'll take $22 billion to play in Green Bay. He didn't pass along that. The hometown discount would have got him for 5.
Yep.
So you might have, but again, if I'm Gutekunst, I'd have still talk to the player. It's not like he didn't have any history in Wisconsin. The kid grew up in Wisconsin. Say, hey, JJ, what would it take to get you in Green Bay? Around the agent. I just.
And that's also a dicey one there, too.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But still in all, that's your job as a GM.
Well, I'm saying it's dicey for the GM to go straight to the players we found with Dallas and Micah, and that's what kind of led to that situation and what it was. So, but I don't know. It was a few years ago, but definitely a big what if.
Yeah,
for
agents
that.
are different. Remember the first agent that had an effect in Green Bay with Jim Ringo?
Vince Lombardi.
Yeah, didn't last long.
Nope. Third hour, kick it off right now on this Thursday morning. Brain fart there for a second. December 18th. Thanks for hanging out with us here this morning. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll chat with DNR warden Jake Bolks. So if you have any questions, hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text, 715-830-1912. 1 hour from now, we've got fantasy football with Mr. Eric Balkman. So if you have any lineup questions that you would like to send over, text those on over as well so I can get those to Eric and let him help you with your playoff roster. So we'll get to Mr. Balkman coming up about 9:05 here this morning. So, as we know, we got Bucks in action tonight. If it's felt like it's been a hot minute, well, it's been a few days after their embarrassing loss to the Brooklyn Nets over the weekend too. So, but they're taking on the Raptors here. I honestly, I'm not trying to force it or ignore Bucks. I do feel like the morale and the excitement surrounding Bucks is really, really low at this point.
Oh, it is. Who goes first, Giannis or Doc Rivers?
Better be Doc Rivers.
I was going to say it better be Doc Rivers.
I don't. God, that's perplexing with this whole Doc Rivers situation.
It's perplexing to watch this team because it's almost like what effect does a coach have on these guys as far as their attitude, as far as their performance? I don't see him making a difference.
I mean, they obviously thought Adrian Griffin was having an effect on it when I think they were in first place when they fired him, right?
I think so.
To bring in Doc Rivers. I mean, we could tell. There was always, I shouldn't say could tell, but there was like a feeling when Adrian Griffin was there, like, okay, something's a little bit off, but they were winning ball games and they were in first place, for crying out loud. So,
well, I think it's what we talked about earlier. Where's the competition on this team? Where is the drive to be better? And maybe that's what got him in trouble, is the fact that he was pushing these guys too hard. And, they're prima donnas. I hate to use that term, but maybe indeed that's the term you need to use. They're professional basketball players making ungodly amounts of money, and are they performing that well? God, if we performed that well in our job, we'd have been gone a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You got to give an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, and when I'm watching the Bucks, I don't feel we're getting that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's sad right now, and it's frustrating to watch.
Two good words to use.
Yeah, to go.
It's hard to watch them. It is hard to watch them.
Mm-hmm. Going back to that whole to the whole Bears thing here too. There's a new column up on The Athletic, and I think there's some frustration. And I've seen some people say this too. The awful timing. Now, remember, Kevin Warren is their president, CEO, former Big Ten commissioner. I spent some time with Minnesota, I think, too. Minnesota, then the Big Ten, and now Chicago. Why release this letter and garner this talk right now when you got a huge game coming up on Saturday against the Chicago Bears or against the Green Bay Packers?
Because the Bears are in the headlines. You can understand to a certain extent why you don't want to do it when the Bears are down. I mean, the Bears are a hot ticket right now.
Mm-hmm.
So keep it hot as far as the conversation in Chicago. I can understand why he's doing it.
Some people are on the opposite side saying it's taken away or providing unnecessary attention to the team. John Greenberg, who covers the Bears for The Athletic, in his piece, there's a little bit of a quote, says, "There's a football season going on, and for once the Bears are actually doing well. I know Warren, the team president CEO, knows this because I always see him in the post-victory locker room celebration videos, whether he's getting game ball recognition after a game he didn't play or just basking in the reflected glow of Ben Johnson, the best thing that's happened to this franchise in almost 20 years. So he comes after him pretty hard right now. So I don't know. I understand both ways. Like you said, well, they're in the headlines, and you kind of like, okay, hey, you kind of take advantage of a team that's doing really well, kind of throw this out there and maybe push the ante here a little bit. I also understand the other side of like, hey, we got a Packers game. We don't want this type of talk or attention and such. And whether the players and coaches really pay attention to it, I think is the other part in this.
I was going to say this: the public and the players are completely different entities, and the players could care less about that conversation. They're focused on the Packers, and the coaching staff is too. There's no question about that. The public focuses on, well, yeah, it's a big game, this, that, and the other thing. But you got to get the attention of the public while the Bears are hot and the Bears are in the headlines. I mean, if the Bears were, 10-4? If the Bears were 4-10, they wouldn't be in the headlines. They wouldn't be getting all this attention. And so I don't blame him a bit for doing what he's doing. I do the same thing. This is when the Bears are in the headlines. This is important. Do you want to move this team to Indiana, or do you want to keep them on the lakeshore or wherever they might go? I can see what he's doing, and I kind of agree with it.
Reading a little bit more Here's the thing. I don't care. This is from John, again, who covers the Bears or works for The Athletic. I don't care if, when, or where the Bears build a new stadium. Move to Arlington Heights. Build your Shangri-La in Northwest Indiana. Declare eminent domain on Justin Ishiba's Lakeside Estate in Winnetonka. Do nothing and stay at Soldier Field. If I were advising Warren, I tell him this isn't the time, but that doesn't seem to be the organization's PR strategy. Remember the day before the Bears drafted Caleb Williams with the number 1 pick, Warren held a disastrous news conference for a new stadium in the city that was never going to be built. We'll build restrooms, Warren said that day. We'll make this a place that people want to come and spend time. So, I don't know.
Well, I guess I'd kind of take that writer to task on this too, because, build it in Indiana, build it in Arlington Heights. This is a Chicago team.
Mm-hmm.
And, the writer, he's focused on the football part of it, but he's placing himself in the controversy over a stadium decision. And I think the attitude he's got there is not correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure, but that's definitely going to be kind of a little bit all over the place here too. So.
That's going to be fun before they get it all done, because there's going to be a lot of irons in the fire and a lot of reasons for this move or that move or another move. And the bottom line, it's going to be mostly financial.
Yeah.
Who's going to come up? Will Indiana come up with that kind of money, or Gary, Indiana, come up with the kind of money that they need to clear out businesses and, like you said, eminent domain to build something like that? The infrastructure that's going to have to be there, hotels and restaurants and roads and gas stations and on you go with the infrastructure. But who's going to come up with the eventual dollars, and do you use the infrastructure that's already there, like downtown Chicago along the lakefront? A lot of questions to be answered.
Yeah. That's the other part too. Like I was thinking about the other day was, okay, let's say they move to Northwest Indiana or wherever. They still want to hold a Super Bowl and all that sort of stuff. They got to account for all the hotels and all that stuff too, right, in the area that they're going to move to, right? I mean, that's part of the thing. And I don't know, like, where they would move to what if they had that capability.
Yeah, and if you've ever driven on the freeways or the toll roads around Chicago, going from Chicago to northern Illinois, they are a bear.
Mm-hmm.
And I've driven them at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's always traffic, and there's always an accident. And, making people drive that much more to get to a Bears game is asking for more trouble. And like you said, if they move out in an area into northern Indiana, I don't know what the infrastructure in the area they're talking about, but like you said, you got to have hotels. And what are you going to do? You can drive a limo and think you're, don't have to deal with traffic, but the limo driver has to deal with traffic, and you're sitting in traffic. So there's so many irons in the fire when they make these decisions that they have to consider. In a city like Chicago, where the traffic is horrible most of the time, it is just getting more and more all the time. There's always construction in Chicago. You think we have construction around here, you'll be in Chicago, because man, oh man, it's always construction. And there are places where you take that toll road from Chicago, the western suburbs, and it narrows down from 4 lanes to 2. And you look at, why isn't this wider? Well, you look, the infrastructure is right there. You can't make it 4 lanes. So they've got a lot of decisions to make. If that's going to change the whole structure of that area of Chicago if they move to northern Indiana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's definitely going to be kind of interesting to kind of follow here. So, tell you what, let's take a quick break before we get to Jake. One more segment before we get to Jake here. We'll chat a little bit more football and such, but we'll take that quick break and be right back after these few words. Final call for any questions for Jake. Please text them on over right now so we can get those on over to him. He'll be joining us here in about 10, 12 minutes or so. So Zach on the stream says, I think a change needs to happen with the Bucks, and I think maybe Doc needs to go before Giannis decides he doesn't want to be there anymore. My question, I guess, then would be, too, do you go to Giannis and say, hey, we want to move on from Doc. What are your thoughts? And if he says, if you do that, I want out, then what do you do?
I was just going to, as you were saying that, I was just thinking the same thing.
Like, I'd be curious how much is Giannis handcuffing the situation. Because you know he's got a say in head coaching. You know
he does.
You know. So
some of the changes that they've made, and now that coach is back on the staff, and, was he too much of a strict disciplinarian?
Mm-hmm.
And where Doc is, obviously, it looks like he's kind of hands off on a lot on defense and a lot of these other things. I don't know, but you would think Giannis, kind of like LeBron.
Yeah. What would you do if you were in that situation? You go to you're John Horst. What would you do in that situation? That you got to make a decision on coaching, and you go to Giannis, and everything else same. Like, it's kind of like sketchy with the whole Giannis, touch and go sort of thing. And Giannis says, I want Coach Doc or I want out.
Boy, you got to listen to him, and you got to make the decision. I mean,
it's tough.
It is tough right now. But again, I'll ask you the question: is the Bucs season over as far as trying to win a championship? I think it is, because Giannis is out until January, and the way they've been, what are they going to win? 1 out of every 4 or 5 games between now and then? By that time, you're out of it.
Yeah.
So you just leave well enough alone, Doc, in the coaching, if indeed that's what Giannis's position would be, just to keep Giannis happy. I don't know. It'll be tough. There's no question about it. But at this point in time, I sure don't see the Bucs being a factor in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't either. So it'll be definitely be interesting. That's for sure. I don't envy the Bucs situation right now.
Not at all. But as you watch the Bucs, as you look at the crowd at the Fiserv Forum, it's not like it was a few years ago. There are empty seats in the lower bowl. You never used to see that.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't go to watch this team now, especially without Giannis.
No, that's the thing.
What's the attraction? Unless it's the players coming in.
And that's the thing, too. It's like, I want Giannis there because it makes them relevant, because as soon as he's gone, it's the relevancy is probably going to be as soon as he's gone, if he's gone, they're going to have to, it's going to be a reset that's probably going to take a few years, right? They're going to clear house. They're going to try to catch up on finances or whatever. And it's going to stink. Let's be real. It's going to stink for a little bit.
Yeah. And, the other question I ask is, when Herb Cole sold that team, you can't move him out of Milwaukee. Herb Cole is gone. What kind of an agreement was that? Was it signed that says we will never move the Bucs out of Milwaukee, or was it a gentleman's handshake with Herb Cole, and these guys will say, financially, we can't make it anymore in Milwaukee. We've got to move this team to Las Vegas or wherever it might be, another city like that's got more revenue, more potential. That's another factor that I always keep in the back of my head about how binding is that agreement that this ownership team had with Herb Cole when he sold him the team, because Herb Cole could have made a lot more money.
Yeah.
But he wanted to keep the Bucs in Milwaukee. So I don't know how ironclad, so to speak, that agreement is.
Yeah. I don't know either. I don't know if it'd be like a certain amount of time, like years and all that, but I mean, they did. I think that would be way down the stretch too, because the Fiserv Forum's still newish. And, and all that.
No, I don't think it's imminent, but I think it's a factor looking down the road.
Man, but I'm sure there's going to be every day we're probably going to hear a little bit of a new rumor or a little bit of a new nuggets and all that stuff that pops up. So
I can't wait for baseball season.
I think I saw opening day was now like 99 days away or something
really?
like
Okay.
that. So it's like, but please Brewers be relevant though too. So it's,
boy.
that Well, then before we let you go,
What's going to happen with Peralta? You know, that a lot of questions there too.
I mean, that's sure. I was reading some more about that. It almost seems inevitable now it's going to happen. I feel like my gut tells me that the Brewers are going to get some ridiculous offer from a team where we're going to be stupid if we say no to this. I honestly feel like we're getting to that direction.
Yeah, and you hope that, you know, can Mizorowski step up and be consistently good and healthy, and some of these other younger pitchers that showed a lot of potential last year. Do you put all your confidence in those guys, plus what you can get for Peralta right now? Maybe you can get that home run hitting third baseman or first baseman and another pitcher, whatever else they might need. But, you know, I think, do you think Peralta is more likely to be gone from the Brewers than Giannis from the Bucks?
I'll say yes.
I think you're right, too, and I hate to see that because Freddie Peralta has been a warrior for the Brewers, I think.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's just I get this sense they're going to get a ridiculous offer. And there is this one, you know, like just reading a little bit, there was one like MLB writer that kind of threw out this potential trade scenario. Freddie Peralta to the Yankees for Jazz Chisholm and his 31 home runs.
Not enough by any means.
Not enough?
Not enough for me.
Because that would require Terang to play short then.
Yeah.
So.
And I don't know whether the Brewers want to trade him to start the season or wait for some of these teams, and granted his contract is a factor by the time you get further into the season, but some of these teams that, and who knows where the Brewers might be, hopefully they're fighting for another division, but some of these teams that might be desperate, maybe it be a Houston, maybe it be the Mets or some of these teams.
A Giants team maybe.
Giants with crazy money
Yep.
that would, make the Brewers a lot better off without Peralta than with Peralta. I don't know what that offer would be as far as players and money, but I think Peralta probably holds the key to success of the Brewers in other places. And I don't know who's the power hitting first or third baseman would be that might come over, but I think there's a lot of possibilities that the Brewers are looking at right now. And as a fan, I hope he stays. But also as a fan, if they can improve this team in more areas than just pitching, because I think they've got some pitching, and you keep your fingers crossed they're all going to be healthy and whole. Woodruff's going to come back, Mizorowski, and on down the line. But it's a money game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I hope the best for Freddie Peralta because he has been a warrior for the Brewers.
He has. And on one hand, you kind of feel bad that we maybe took advantage of his, the contract because he's worth a lot more than $8 million, especially what I think I saw Adrian Hauser just signed for 11 for a year.
Yeah.
No, I Freddie Peralta 11 times out of 10.
Oh, and I think Freddie's going to be looking at $20-25 million when he goes to some of these money teams.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And good for him because he's earned it.
Absolutely, he's earned it.
He's 100% earned it. And he's been nothing but a great Brewer.
Dependable.
Yes.
He's been dependable. You lost Woodruff for the whole year, and Corbin Burns was out, and on. We've lost players, pitchers. Freddie's always been there. He's taking the ball most of the time, every fifth or sixth day, whatever the rest periods are now. But he's been available.
And, does he have his weaknesses? Yeah, sure. He doesn't go far into games and such.
Five-inning Freddie.
Yeah, but you can depend on him, and more times than not, he's going to give you a pretty darn solid outing. So.
Yep, he does. He's been a good Brewer. I hope he stays. But you gotta stay competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And what you need to do to stay competitive maybe are things that you don't always want to do.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So.
And just to decide, and I know Jake doesn't get involved in this. You and I were talking about it. The wildlife, the DNR, there's going to be an important vote in Washington today in the House on the delisting the gray wolf from the lower 48 states, and it's expected to pass. And that would also include in the bill, judicial system can't change it like they did the last time and take the wolves off of that. And, it's as far as the wolves are concerned, the DNR, and we got a lot of wolves in Wisconsin, so be an interesting vote to watch later on today in Washington.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, speaking of Jake, let's get to him here. So we'll take our break, and change gears here and do a little outdoor chat coming up after these quick words. Last call for some fantasy football questions is our fantasy football expert, Mr. Eric Balkman from High Stakes Fantasy Football, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz. Will be joining us at just past 9 o'clock answering your lineup questions. I know a lot of you probably into postseason right now. So if you need some help or you just want to double check some things, text those questions on over to us on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. Switching gears here as it's time for our outdoor chats with Mr. Jake Bolks, Conservation Warden, DNR Warden for the great state of Wisconsin. Jake, how you doing this morning, man?
I'm doing all right, but I actually have a fantasy football conundrum myself that I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, you might have to hit me up with a text.
right?
Yeah.
It's, do you play Justin Jefferson? That is the question.
What are some of your other options?
Not great.
Not great.
Not gonna lie. I had Christian Watson in, but you guys let him get hurt.
He practiced
And,
yesterday, though, so maybe.
He did. I see that.
Yeah.
So Christian Watson, Tyrone Tracy, Michael Pittman, not great options. It's just, you know, you would think when you draft Justin Jefferson right away, it would have turned out a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, I'll ask him for you, and I'll let you know what he says, okay? So,
I like the sound of that.
all right. Well, hey, I know, it's kind of been a busy last few weeks here and such. The antlerless hunt has wrapped up, right? Or
Yeah.
are we getting ready for the holiday hunt now coming up?
Yeah, so most of the gun deer season is officially over as of Monday or late Sunday night. So we had, our traditional 9, then we jump right into the muzzleloader season, which then jumps right into the antlerless season. And I know we talked about it, but I think it kind of goes missed throughout the state that those are all like the same gun deer license, gun deer seasons. Those muzzleloader and antlerless seasons don't get the hoopla the rest of it gets, but we have a traditional 9-day, but in reality, the firearm season is actually over 2 weeks long, which is pretty neat. But those are all done. The archery season, so crossbow archery, all of that is still open. So you can go out there. You don't have to wear blaze orange anymore. Go hunt deer. I mean, minus the rain, it's a warm day to be sitting outside, to be honest.
Yeah.
So those are all open. And then, if the county you want to hunt in has a bonus holiday hunt, that's another antlerless season where you can go and harvest deer, antlerless deer with a rifle. But it's not technically statewide. There's some counties that have it, some counties that don't.
Gotcha. All right. So that's coming up here too. And then bow season still, because we're not going to be able to catch up with you next week because it's obviously Christmas and such. So, bow season still goes a little bit into the new year, though, too, correct?
Yes, it goes into January. And then, so if there's a county that selected the holiday hunt, they also had the option of extending their archery season through the end of January, so January 31st. So while we're talking here, I just pulled up the map real quick in our regulations. And Jackson County, Eau Claire County, Chippewa County all have the holiday hunt. So that's the antlerless season like we talked about, Christmas Eve through New Year's Day. But those 3 counties selected the extended season. So you can archery hunt all the way through January of 2026 with the same licenses, same tags, same everything. It looks like Dunn County, Trempealeau County, Buffalo County selected the holiday hunt, but they didn't do the extension. So their season, so that archery season in those counties ends, I believe, like January 6th or 5th, somewhere around there. Looks like January 4th.
Okay.
January 4th. So that's the importance of it because, you could go to, there's a state property here in Eau Claire County that straddles the Dunn County line. So the west side is Dunn County, the east side is Eau Claire County. And legally on the west side after January 4th, you can't hunt, but on the east side you can. So, and it's the same road.
Okay.
So that's the importance of reading those regulations before you go out hunting.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point too. So, hey, I know switching gears just a little bit because you mentioned the weather just a little bit ago, and what a difference a week kind of makes. Last week we were talking about trails and ice and sort of stuff. Obviously with the warmer weather and rain and such now. How big of an effect would that have on maybe like for the ice fishermen out there?
It's going to have a huge effect overall. When we specifically talk ice fishermen, everyone's still going to get out there, whether there's maybe 2 feet of snow is a lot, but whether you got 10 inches of snow or you got just bare ice, the ice fishermen will be out there. They're a diehard breed, but the key is just the ice safety. And if we weren't getting the rain, the warm weather wouldn't be great, but it wouldn't be as destructive. But this rain is really going to do some work to the ice. It's not going to make it disappear by any means, but you're just going to really have to double check everywhere you were last week after 3 days of 40-degree weather and now rain all morning. You're really going to want to check those spots, those soft spots, those spots that have thinner ice and other areas before you go out, because there's definitely a possibility of some recession here, and we don't want to see anyone, get hurt or fall through or have any sort of incident on the ice this year.
Have you seen any, and I'll be honest because I haven't, but people having shacks out there already and leaving them overnight and such?
I haven't seen it, but I guess I didn't get down to Altoona at the beginning of this week before this little bit of a heat wave. I don't know if someone tried to bump one up in the cold weather. I would think that if anyone has, I would hope they're taking them off, because pulling up the extended forecast here, it gets cold tonight, cold tomorrow, but in reality, next week again, we got highs of 35, 34, 35 with not very cold overnight temperatures in the high 20s. So we're not going to be creating ice an inch a night in the next couple of weeks. So we're going to be maintaining where we're at, but it's not, we're not going to be driving out on there anytime soon at this rate.
Right. Hey, with, ice fishing and such, and I know, Jake, it's probably maybe just a good refresher and such with the number of lines you can have and, tip-ups. Do they count?
Yeah.
So with the number of lines and such? I know it's a big, conversation when we get to spring and summer, like how many lines can you have and a definition of such. Maybe just kind of revisit that, like for somebody, say I'm just going out there, how many lines can I have? Do tip-ups count with that? What's that like?
Yeah, no, that's good question. So whether it's summer or winter, the regulations don't change on how many lines you can have in the water. So the way the law actually reads, it reads that a fisherman can have, at any one point, can have 3 hooks, lures, or baits. They don't say lines because you could put 3 hooks on one line and then be done. So they call it 3 hooks, lures, or baits. Most of us put 1 hook at the bottom or 1 Rapala, and I like a Rapala, a stick bait that's got multiple treble hooks. As long as that bait is connected, like a stick bait, then that counts as just 1. So you could troll with like 3 stick baits or whatnot. But you can, for all intents and purposes, let's just assume you have 1 hook at the bottom of your line. When you go ice fishing, you can have 3 lines. So if you're jigging with a jig in your shack, at that point you can put 2 tip-ups out or 2 tip-downs or jaw jackers or whatever. If you like jigging with 2 different lines in your shack, then you can put 1 tip-up up. So it can be any combination of it, but it's 3 lines, whether it's summertime, whether it's wintertime, and you can only have those 3. And I preface the summer and winter because there are some states where you can have an extra line in the winter versus the summer. There are some states where you can buy a license for an extra line, and different stuff like that. So in Wisconsin, what I generally see in my job, especially when we're ice fishing, is either someone's got 3 tip-ups up or they got 2 tip-ups up, and they're jigging in their shack or next to them and stuff like that. Or I like to run tip downs a lot, so I'll usually have my 2 tip downs going and then jigging while I'm watching those things.
Gotcha. All right, so a good tip there. Hey, Jake, I know it's kind of not, it's nothing you could control in that, but I know Bob was talking a little bit about it earlier. There is a vote for, with the wolf thing and taking them off of the protected. That's not what I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you, when stuff like that, or like when rules or laws change and all that, like what's that process like for you as the warden? Is that something that, okay, immediately we got to update, we got to learn about this law? I mean, is it quick changes right away? What's that process like for somebody in your position when you hear about these new potential laws or when a new law passes?
Yeah, great question. Usually when it comes to laws, our policy officer and our department as a whole, we pay attention to what the discussion is and if there's going to be a vote or whatnot. But we don't make any changes or have any reaction until something's actually signed into law. Because if we were always trying to be ready for something that may or may not happen, it would take up all of what we do, is just preparing for potentially nothing. So we generally keep our eyes on everything, but we wait. Once something is signed into law, then we will react to it accordingly. The time, the hastiness of it or the timeline of it all is dependent on when that season's going to be. So the last wolf season, they basically were like, you're having a wolf season in a month, get ready. Say they pass something today, say they signed something today, and they decided that the wolf season would be next November. Well, then we'd have plenty of time to work in some trainings and have discussions on it and have our best management practices figured out for the thing. If it was in a week, then it would be all hands on deck, start figuring out how we're going to do this. But the good thing is, this wolf conversation has been a thing forever. Well, not forever. It's been a thing for a long time. So the season structure is already created by the DNR, the tagging process, the procedures, the laws, what the wardens are going to do. Everything is already created in anticipation of a season coming to fruition at some point. So, and we've hired a lot of wardens, I guess, the last 4 years, but most wardens have been through a wolf season. So it's not our first. So we're familiar with the expectations and the trappers and the hunters and stuff like that. So it would be another added duty to us, but nothing that we couldn't handle. And, sometimes it's fun to do something new. So I think we would be able to handle it fine. It's just like your job, just like anybody else's job. When the boss comes in and says, hey, we're doing this week, you're like, all right,
yeah,
let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I got to imagine from your side, though, too, you probably get asked, that question a lot, or a question similar to that, right? When really you don't have a whole lot of say or anything like input. Do you think that's one of the things that maybe a lot of people don't realize is, like, you don't make the rules, you don't decide them, you're just the enforcer of a lot of these laws?
Yeah. And I understand. I think you're right. I think unless you're doing the job, and even it took me, 10, 11 years to kind of figure out all the players and who's doing what and how some of these processes work. But, when you get to the state level and federal level, it would just seem like, well, the state of Wisconsin, like, just in general, the state's doing that and the feds are doing that. And it doesn't work that way. There's just so many different jurisdictions and authorizations and who actually has authority on it and who actually makes the rules. And like you said, a lot of it comes down to politicians and where that falls and how it falls with bills and legislators and bop. So at the end of the day, you're right. We're not generally the ones that are like the rule makers, especially in law enforcement. There's three branches. We're just in the law enforcement. We're law enforcement. Our job is to, go out there and find our evidence and make a case and do this. But at the end of the day, just like with the simple fishing without a license ticket, we're not the judge and the jury. We're not the penalty makers. We're just the ones that are collecting the information, and then we give it to a different branch of the government, and they follow up with it. So
gotcha. So, oh man, busy. It sounds like you always kind of have to be on your toes and such, and always just kind of paying attention to everything going on.
There's a lot of things going, and that's why the game wardens, the field game wardens, do a lot of hard work, a lot of really good work. But we also have really good, whether you want to call it support staff or just other positions within our division and within the DNR that, they're the ones that they do a really good job of following all of this and maintaining it and having those conversations with different departments and having conversations with the governor's office and the secretary's office and the legislators to find out how this is going to work and make sure that when all this stuff again comes to fruition, it's the best it can be, and everyone's on the same page of how we're going to do it. So there's a lot of good staff within like the warden service that are actually not credentialed wardens, but they work really hard and do a great job and an important job within our division to help this all go well and straight. And so a big kudos to them too. They don't get some of the glory that we get sometimes. So they do a really important job.
Absolutely. Well, Jake, hey, we appreciate the time. Have a very good Christmas break. Have a good holiday with the family, such, and be safe out there. And we'll catch up with you again soon. Okay, bud?
Yeah, you too. good luck to everyone fishing and hanging out over the holidays. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be running snowmobiles anymore. I was kind of looking forward to that, but
Yeah.
the fish will still be there if you can get to them. So as long as we're safe about it. So I appreciate it. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and we'll talk after the new year here.
Sounds good, buddy. All right, there you go. There's Jake Bolks, conservation warden for the state of Wisconsin. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Let me kind of run an informal poll question to all of you Packers fans this morning. If Christian Watson plays Saturday night, if he plays, do you think that makes the difference between the Packers win or lose? Do you feel like if he plays, and again, we don't know how healthy he's going to be. Probably not going to be 100%. We know that. And we don't know how the Packers will utilize him. But if he plays, he suits up and he's out there, in your opinion, do you think that makes the difference whether Green Bay wins or loses this game Saturday night? Or do you think it doesn't matter, they're going to lose, or it doesn't matter, they can still win without him? Is Watson, I guess by definition then, for how we're asking this, is he a difference maker? Is he the difference maker for this game on Saturday night? Think about it and kind of give me a reason why. Why do you think one way or the other? Why do you think that would be the case? So just take a minute or so and let me know and hit me up with a thought, 715-830-1912, or again, you can hit me up on the YouTube video stream. So, we've been, and the reason I guess I kind of bring this up and want to discuss it a little bit because, we've talked a lot about Christian Watson in the last few weeks, and we talked a lot about Christian Watson in this week too. And I mean, it kind of gives the impression that, yeah, dude definitely is a incredible difference maker for this team. So do you think he's in that category when it comes to a huge, huge game like we have on Saturday night? I mean, I'm reading stuff from Bears writers calling it the most significant regular season game at Soldier Field in a very, very long time. I have to imagine that environment is going to be electric. I don't know what the ratio of Packers-Bears fans is going to be. I would just imagine that there's going to be a good contingency of Bears fans at that game. I would imagine that. But maybe there'll be a few Packers fans that can make some noise over there. But, I mean, that's kind of the mindset, it seems like, down south, down in Chicago, that, yeah, this is, in fact, the most important regular season Packers-Bears game in Soldier Field in a very, very long time. And it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. You're talking about potentially clinching a spot in the postseason. Now, they won't know that night. A lot of it, as we've gone through the playoff scenarios, you need Detroit to lose. So, Hey, really quick, by the way, if you're a Hoops fan and maybe you're a Timberwolves fan or maybe you were just a Kevin Garnett fan growing up, Kevin Garnett has agreed to reunite with the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Minnesota Lynx in a new all-encompassing role involving business, community, and fan engagement efforts and content development. Garnett and the Timberwolves will also hold his much-awaited number 21 jersey retirement ceremony in Minnesota over the next 2 seasons. So there you have it. I know that's kind of been a thing, but new ownership, that was kind of one of the thoughts out there. Would this potentially happen? And it is now going to happen. KG back with being associated with the Minnesota Timberwolves. So, all right. Coming up next hour, we'll lead off the next hour talking some fantasy football with our guy, Mr. Eric Balkman. High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz, also host of the show over at The Score. If you have any questions for your playoff lineup, send them on over. All right, text them to us at 715-830-1912 so I can get those to Eric right away. Got a few to hit up, so we'll get to that. We'll get back to some more Packers chats as well as we get set for this Packers-Bears game in just a couple days. Be the last day of practice. We'll get game designations for the green and gold today. So I would imagine Watson's going to be listed as questionable. Doesn't mean he's not going to play. We'll see if he's back out there on the practice field today. I would imagine if he's practicing again today, that's going to bode incredibly well for his chances to play on Saturday. We'll see if Josh Jacobs, Evan Williams, Zach Tom are able to do anything. Feel like those guys are probably in that category of we'll give them up to game time, give them the whole week to get ready, but we'll see. I know Evan Williams did say yesterday that he'd like to get some practice reps in to see if he could be able to go, give it a go on Saturday. So we'll kind of see where that shakes out. But I'll definitely be curious to see what that practice report looks like today and see who's available to be out there and such. So, but we'll talk some more green and gold coming up in the next hour. Continue to send me your enough's enough. I'll get to my enough is enough. But what's a sports statement? What's a sports story, news, commentary, whatever you want, however you want to phrase it, where you're just like, guys, enough's enough with this narrative. Enough is enough with this. Enough is enough with playing like this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Send those on over too. All right, send those on over too. Hit me up with that text. So, lots to get to in this final hour. A lot going on in the good old sports world. Don't forget, hey, by the way, Badger volleyball tonight. Give me some predictions. We'll get to the predictions coming up at the back end, but it's a big night tonight too with Badger volleyball in the Final Four for a chance to get back to the national championship, taking on one-seeded Kentucky. Wisconsin's been here before going up against a one-seed named Kentucky. It may be in basketball, but you know what? We had the last laugh. Should have had it in 14-2 thanks to one of the Harrison brothers hitting that three. Gosh, that still grinds my gears that he hit that three, because I really think Wisconsin goes on and wins the national championship in 14. And then they could have gone back-to-back in 14-15. Can you imagine? There's a what-if. What if Wisconsin basketball went back-to-back natty champs, 14 and 15? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. All right. 3 in, final quarter coming up here. We'll kick it off with some fantasy football talk coming up after these news updates. It is the final hour on this Thursday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us all morning long. We'll get back to some more green and gold chats coming up here in just a little while. Get back to some more of your texts, more of your enough is enough. We got some Bucks, Badger volleyball chats also coming your way. We kick off this hour with our dude, Mr. Eric Balkman, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz, Better Network, also the host of the show at the Score in Appleton. Dude, good morning. How you doing, sir?
Excited for Packers-Bears on Saturday night. That's going to be a great football game with high stakes, too.
Yeah, definitely. Got a big one tonight, too, for Thursday Night Football. Rams and Seahawks. I mean, it comes off with a bang right away for the final 3 weeks, which starts tonight.
It's kind of wild because we have the de facto NFC West championship game tonight and perhaps the de facto NFC North championship game on Saturday night, and it's still Week 16.
I know, right? It's odd. The script writers couldn't come up with a better way, right? I mean, it's perfect.
Right.
So, hey, let's jump into it. So we were chatting on Thursdays. We do a little chat with our DNR warden friend, too, and he's like, I need help on my fantasy football lineup, so can you ask this question to your guy? So, Jake, this one's for you. He's got a wide receiver question. Justin Jefferson, Tyrone Tracy, Michael Pittman Jr., or Christian Watson? Which one should he start?
Oh yeah, the ultimate. I mean, what amazes me about the Justin Jefferson questions that we're getting this time of year, it's like these players must be really talented to drag Justin Jefferson deep into their fantasy playoffs and still have a shot at winning after, I'm assuming, soaking a first-round pick into Justin Jefferson this year. Maybe they're keeper leagues, maybe they're dynasty leagues or what have you. But, yeah, we've been getting this a ton. I do like him better for what it's worth than Michael Pittman, who's going to be catching passes from Phillip Rivers against the Niners on Monday Night Football, I think Tracy looked really good last week, and he's sort of iced out Devin Singletary. I don't want to say for the most part, but significantly. So I think I'm going to roll with Tracy here out of all those four options. I think that's who I like best in that situation.
All right. Speaking of Christian Watson, we had Brandon a little bit earlier text in who to start in the flex. Chris Olave versus the Jets, Michael Pittman Jr. versus the 49ers, or Christian Watson versus the Bears?
Pittman over Watson for sure. It comes down to what your taste is like for Tyler Shook and Chris Olave. I really like what I've seen from Shook over the last few weeks. He's got a really good shot at being the starting quarterback in New Orleans next year as well. And Olave's been a big target for him. So out of those three, I think Olave, for me, is the slam dunk pick. I know some people might not like to start a receiver catching passes from Shook, but against the Jets defense, who just fired their defensive coordinator, I think Olave's the right call here.
We got Steve asking, who should I start between C.J. Stroud at home versus Vegas or Tyler Shoe from the Saints? I previously had Mahomes and Danny Dimes. Oof.
Yeah, this is rough. And as much as I just praised Tyler Shook, I'm going to say the better choice here is C.J. Stroud. The fact that you can get a quarterback like this late in the season, perhaps off the waiver wire or via trade. I don't know how you're acquiring him or how you're getting C.J. Stroud. I think he is the right play here over Tyler Shook. So Stroud at home against the Raiders. It may be over by halftime, but I think he's the right call.
I got another texter here. He's like, ugly matchups here, but need to start either Shakir at Cleveland or Brian Thomas at Denver, PPR. Thanks, guys.
You know, at the start of the season, this seemed like a not an ugly call at all. But Brian Thomas has obviously suffered this season. You have him going on the road at Denver. Shakir's at Cleveland right now, and Josh Allen's been spreading the ball around when they've passed it. You know, it's been Allen and James Cook especially in that offense, and I think that continues again this week, so I'd be nervous about Shakir. I could live to regret this, but Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence, the tear they've been on has been against a lot of really bad teams, and now they're facing a really good team on the road. I could easily see Lawrence just having this blow-up-in-your-face, horrible start, which is going to trickle down. but I am going to take the risk here and say Brian Thomas is worth it over Khalil Shakir. It's close, but I think I'd start Thomas over Shakir. Honestly, the only way I'd play Shakir here is if you are a significant favorite, and I mean significant favorite in your playoff matchup, then I think you can go with the higher floor guy in Shakir rather than the higher ceiling guy in Thomas. But I'm going to lead towards Thomas in all other situations.
We've got Jake here. He says, I have Christian Watson on my team, but also Jaden Reed. Do you think it's worth starting Jaden Reed over Christian Watson this week?
It's funny because the Bears can be exposed deep, but they're also one of the worst defenses for fantasy for slot receivers. One of the best defenses for fantasy slot receivers. So you want to play your slots against the Bears, and Reed is clearly the slot guy for the Packers. Now, he's probably not going to be on the field as much as Watson, but I do trust the volume more with Reed than Watson, who may make 2 or 3 really good plays, and then that'll be it. Whereas Reed, what did he do last week? 5 for 55, plus I think he got a carry. I think you can amp that up, and he's more in like the 70 to 80 yards this week, 6, 7, maybe even 8 catches. So I like Reed better than Watson for fantasy.
Got a running back question from Matt. He's wondering if he should start Aaron Jones or Ashton Genty.
Boy, how the mighty have fallen with Ashton Genty. Was a first-round pick, second-round pick in a lot of spots earlier in the offseason after he got drafted by the Raiders. And now I don't even know if he's a top 25 back this week. So I think it's Aaron Jones against the Giants. You can run on New York. Aaron Jones is probably going to catch some passes from McCarthy as well. Genty against that Texans defense, he's not going to run it. So in order for him to be fantasy viable, he's going to probably have to catch 5 or 6 balls, and I don't know if that happens. So I think I trust Jones more than Genty.
David has a quick question about Josh Jacobs. He says, I know he's going to go up to game time, but if he doesn't go, is it a good call to start Emmanuel Wilson this week, or should I look on the waiver wire for another running back?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably look on the waiver wire just to cover my bases. Every league's different, obviously, right? But if Emmanuel Wilson is the guy, and by the way, I do think Jacobs goes this week. But if Wilson is the guy, you can look on your waiver wire, and some of these guys are probably, the whole not in my league thing. A lot of these guys are probably going to be taken. But these are all guys I would play over Emmanuel Wilson if he's a starter. Woody Marks is one of them. R.J. Harvey, I don't think he's on the injury report anymore, so I would play him. Tyrone Tracy, we talked about earlier. I think he'd be a better start than Emmanuel Wilson. Omarion Hampton, I would imagine he's been picked up by now, but if not, I would rather play him. Jaylen Warren, Tony Pollard, and then you get into the Emmanuel Wilson sort of conversation. But I think all those guys, if any of them on your waiver wire, I'd pick them up. I don't think you'll have to worry about it, though, because I think Jacobs is going to play.
Chris has a tight end question. He's wondering if he should start Loveland with the Bears banged up at the wide receiver spot or stay with Dallas Goedert, excuse me.
Yeah, it's really tough for me to say. I mean, I like Loveland quite a bit, and I know this is not the capital letters Green Bay Packers defense. Obviously, with no Micah Parsons, it's going to open up that defense quite a bit. And we don't know if Luther Burden's going to play. We don't know if Roma Dunze is going to play. So that would certainly mean more catches for Loveland. But the way Goddard's been playing right now, the fact that they're going up against the Commanders, who are basically playing for nothing. They have a backup quarterback in there. I think that Goddard has another big game. He's a slam dunk start for me over Loveland.
To the quarterbacks we go. We got a quarterback question. Jacoby Brissett or Bryce Young? Oof.
Yeah, no, I like Brissett here. He was the first quarterback all season to finish in the top 12 on any given week against the Texans, which he finished at 12 last week. That was the first time the Texans had given up a top 12 fantasy quarterback performance. And he gets the Falcons this week at home. Bam Knight just got placed on IR, so they're really, really hurting at the running back position. Jacoby Brissett has been a top 12 quarterback every single week he has started this year, and that streak continues for sure this week. Bryce Young, I think he's okay in 2 quarterback leagues or super flex leagues to start him there, but I think even though you could throw on Tampa, I think there's a lot better options than him, and for sure one of them is definitely Brissett.
This is just a general question from Rick. He said, hey, Eric, with the benching of Tua, is there anybody in playoff season having the cojones, we'll just say, to start Ewers this weekend?
Boy, I hope not. If you're in super flex leagues where every quarterback has value, I'm sure people blew waiver wire claims or spent money to get Ewers on their roster because they may have to play him, especially if you only rostered 2 quarterbacks and Tagovailoa was your second one. I mean, this might be your only option here. At that point, I would start considering some other running backs or receivers that you might want to play instead of that second quarterback in your super flex spot. You might want to play a different position. And quite frankly, I can't imagine there's a whole lot of people playing to get to their championship with Ewers at quarterback. If you're considering that, your season probably went wrong a little while ago. But you never know. And certainly, maybe you're playing for third place. Maybe you're in your consolation bracket. You're trying to avoid a last place finish, something like that. I think that Ewers, the fact that he's going to have Waller and Jalen Waddle and Devon Achane gives me some hope there, but I have very limited expectations in that game.
Chad has a quick question. He said, I heard you guys talking about Trevor Lawrence. My backup is Kirk Cousins. Who would you start, Eric?
It's close, but I still think I'd roll with Lawrence over Cousins. And I really don't have a good reason for this other than the talent level with Lawrence compared to Cousins, because Cousins is coming off the mini bye, right? He played on Thursday Night Football. Drake London practiced yesterday, so you could have London and Pitts back, not to mention Bijan Robinson against the hapless Cardinals defense. So it's close, Chad, between those two. I'm going to say Lawrence right now, but, man, if London is going to be active for that game, I think you might need to be bold and play him. Understanding that it could be a Bijan Robinson game where he rushes for 180 yards and Cousins never has to throw it. But that's very, very intriguing. I don't expect a whole lot from Lawrence in that Denver game. The Cousins, I might be talking myself into it here, Dan. I might be saying, this might be Cousins over Lawrence. I'm still going to say Lawrence, but if London's active, I think you got to go with your gut, and Cousins would make for maybe the better play there then.
All right, we got one more question here for you, and it's a running back question. Adam says, I just need to pick between these two guys, and I am struggling big time. Do I go with Kenneth Walker, or do I go with Bucky Irving?
Yeah, I don't. For me, this is not much of a hard decision. Irving is getting much more of a target share, much more of a volume share, touch share in Tampa than Kenneth Walker is in Seattle. You don't know what Clint Kubiak is going to be doing on any given week based on who's getting carries inside the 5 and the goal line stuff. Most of the time it's Ben Charbonnet, although we've seen Walker down there before. So and it's a tough defense, right, against the Rams. Well, not a tough defense, but certainly no pushover, definitely above average. Irving gets the Carolina Panthers. With certain exceptions this season, Carolina's been really bad against running backs and stopping the run. So I don't think too hard about this one. I think it's Irving over Walker, and it's kind of open and shut for me.
He's Eric Balkman, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz, Better Network, also the host of the show at The Score. Dude, before I let you go, how do you see this one playing out Saturday night?
Changed my mind several times on this, and I'm gonna roll. I'm rolling with the Bears, and I think that's what I'm gonna say. I think they come away with the win in this. I'll say 25-23, something like that. And maybe it comes down to a walk-off field goal or something like that. I think the Bears have this momentum going right now. Saturday night at home, primetime Island game. I think that they show up and they make more plays than Green Bay. I was wrong about the Packers making more plays than Denver last week. I hope I'm wrong this week, and hopefully Green Bay comes away with the victory. But my brain is telling me it's going to be Chicago.
All right. Well, hey, man, you have a fantastic Christmas and holiday break, all right, with you and the fam and such. We appreciate you hopping on every Thursday with us. So enjoy the holiday, and we'll catch up with you again soon, okay?
You got it. Thank you so much, Dan. I always appreciated the airtime this season. Happy holidays to you and yours and all your listeners as well. And go, Pack, go.
Awesome. Eric Balkman, he's the man, everybody. Big thanks for Eric for hopping on every single morning with us and helping answer your fantasy football questions. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We're going to get back to some more Packers talk, shall we? Let's do that. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. Just a couple days away till kickoff between Packers, Bears. Where's your vibe at right now, Packers fans? How you feeling? I know you're probably still a little down, maybe a little bit, kind of still reeling in from Sunday. But give me a quick vibe check, all right? John had texted in a little bit earlier. Enough is enough with the talks of Matt LaFleur not being the right head coach or Jordan Love not being the right quarterback for the Packers. They are both great fits for the Packers. Go Pack, go! I played this at the beginning of the program, and in case you're just joining in now, I want to play this because you talk about vibe and how you feeling, and a lot of it is how do you set the tone and such. Jeff Hafley is a dude I think I want to play for. I want to follow that guy through a brick wall, and I. Obviously, as a coach in this thing, and in this case, the defensive coordinator, the coach of the defense, you lose a guy like Micah Parsons. What do you say to your defense? What do you say to your defense? What do you say to Micah Parsons? Maybe we got a little bit of a glimpse of that in Hafley's presser yesterday, and I want to play this clip. And essentially, get ready to maybe run through a wall or get a little motivated on a Thursday morning. Audio courtesy from the Packers here.
Just kind of thinking back to, a couple months ago, Micah just getting here. Obviously the injury has been talked about, and I think the biggest thing is this. The most important thing, and I said this to the team, for me, the most important thing about being a coach is, one, I want to do everything we can to win, right? That's number one. And then number two is to have your players have personal success. Like that's like what drives me to coach, and I told them that. And unfortunately, injuries are a part of this game, and they're hard. And it's upsetting for that person, it's upsetting for the team, and I certainly feel for Micah. He's a guy that came in here literally like 3 days before we played a game, didn't even know him, went training camp all off season, and quickly developed a really good relationship with him. The amount of one-on-one time we spent talking football, just getting to know him, just the amount of respect I have for him and how he came in and worked, and how hard he worked, and how hard he played, and how hard he does play in the run game, in the pass game, the way he strains. I just have so much respect for the guy, and I'm sad for the guy, but at the same time I know that just knowing who he is, just wait until you guys see how hard he works to come back, how fast he probably comes back. And somehow I probably, if I were a betting man, would bet that he comes back even better and probably breaks the sack record next year. So I'm going to put that on Micah and myself, and you guys can put it out there. And that's the confidence I have in him. But it's certainly sad when anybody gets injured. As far as the team goes, I told them, you can't let circumstance dictate behavior. It's just a week ago we're in here after we beat the Bears, and we're all walking in here all upbeat and ready to roll. And I said, shame on you if you walk in here any different today. That's not who we are, right? And that's our job as leaders and as coaches to make sure that we don't do that. We got really good players. We've played good defense, and we're going to continue to play good defense. And our guys understand that. And I think it's important for everybody to understand that these guys have a lot of pride, and they're going to get even closer because of this, and they're going to play well. And our best players are going to step up. And the guys who haven't played a lot, that's been our job all year to develop those guys. So in situations like this, they're going to step up. And we're going to play hard, and we're going to coach hard, and we're going to do everything we can to win. So that's my take on all this. But this is press on, full speed ahead, and we're ready to go.
So when you hear that from Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley and his press availability from yesterday, by the way, again, audio courtesy from the Packers and such, but when you hear him kind of talk about that and you hear that message that he is telling his defense and giving his defense, I mean, first of all, I hear that and I hear, can't let circumstance dictate, your mood essentially, and shame on you for not coming in all excited and pumped up. And it's like, man, Jeff Hafley, you need to write a daily quote, motivational quote book or something like that, because I think every morning now going forward, I'm just going to go back to his quote of, can't let circumstance dictate behavior. I mean, that's just a fantastic line in not sports, but in life in general. Not letting circumstance dictate behavior. And shame on you for not coming in with a positive attitude and ready to go, even after that performance on Sunday. So that was just I was like, I'm ready to go, man. I'm ready to jump through a wall. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. And I hope that defense, and I hope those players had the same type of reaction just a small-town Joe Blow fan in Eau Claire, Wisconsin had. You know, I don't matter. I don't mean anything to that, but I was pumped up and ready to go, and I'm like, all right, let's go, Coach. Where do I get my uniform? If you just need a tackling dummy or something like that, I'm ready to go, okay? Just give me a couple extra pads in certain areas and such, and whatever you need me to do, I'm ready to do it. Gary, Cooper, you need somebody to kind of chase around. I'll do that. I won't last long because I'm old now and I've got no wind in me. So whatever you need, Coach Halfley, I'm there. Those players can't get ready for that. Get excited for that, man. What are you doing? You're in the wrong business. You're in the wrong business. And I just hope, that adversity aspect. You can't feel sorry for yourselves. They can't let it linger. Going into that type of environment in Chicago, and honestly, again, this just could be me and my opinions, but I feel like the environment in Chicago is not even going to allow them to kind of go in with a down attitude or a down mindset. If this was a game against, maybe at home or maybe a game against the Jets or something like that, and be like, okay, maybe they're not going to get amped up. You got to get amped up for this one, and you better get amped up for this one. So I hope they took that to heart. I think that was the perfect message, absolutely perfect message for Jeff Halfley to send to his defense, to tell his defense, our best players, they're going to play well. Other guys are going to get an opportunity. That's what they've been working for. This is it. This is your chance, and we're counting on you to take advantage of that, to use that opportunity to stand up and help us win this ball game, and then help us win the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So go do it. Go do it. That's what has me a little bit. Part of me, too, is I'm excited to see how this team responds to adversity. I would be lying if I didn't say I wanted, I wouldn't be more excited if Micah Parsons out there, or I'd be more confident if Micah Parsons was out there and, Christian Watson was healthy and Evan Williams was out there and Zach Tom, et cetera. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. You're probably feeling better. You're maybe a little bit more excited. But at the same time, I'm looking at this as like, okay, how do you respond? How do you respond to adversity? What kind of player are you? What are you made of? Can you rise above this and accept this challenge and meet it square on, full steam ahead? That's what's got me excited for this game on Sunday or on Saturday. But do you think, going back to a question that I asked a little bit earlier, does Christian Watson, if he plays, now we know he's not going to be healthy, but if he plays in any sort of capacity, however healthy he is that the difference? Is he that much of a difference where if he plays, you feel like, okay, we're winning? Whereas if he doesn't play, you're like, no, we don't have a chance. Is he that type of player, regardless if he's 100% or not? What do you think? Let me know. All right. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with plenty more coming up after these Quick words. Don't forget, coming up next Tuesday, we're going to be at VFW Post 305 for our Festivus for the Rest of Us program. 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. If you come by and say hi, I'll buy you a pint of Man Cave Light. But the friendly peeps, the awesome peeps at VFW Post 305 from 6A to 10A, $1 domestic mugs. So if you've got the day off, $1 domestic mugs, $2 craft mugs. Also, they've got an amazing breakfast, always got amazing food at the VFW Post 305. So stop by, say hi, hang out with us. 8:30, we'll do our airing of grievances. We've got the feats of strength coming up at 9 that day. So it'll be our last program for the year, too. So stop by so we can say hi and just thank you for everything for another great year, too. So that'll be coming up again next Tuesday. We'll be there for the whole program, all right? For the whole program, 6A to 10A. Tomorrow we'll do, obviously, a football Friday and such, so we'll get to really the keys to victory, your key matchups, players who, got to have a game, as we always do. And did I say prediction already? Prediction. I mean, you know the drill for a football Friday. So we'll kind of save a lot of that for tomorrow. But to the Christian Watson question, do I think Green Bay can win this game without Christian Watson? Yeah, probably. Do I think, will it be more difficult? I shouldn't say probably. Let me rephrase it. Do I think Green Bay can win without Christian Watson? Possibly. Does it make it a whole lot easier with him on the ball club? Oh, come on. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I mean, you heard our guy Eric Balkman at the top of the hour kind of talking about, the differences between Chicago's defense when it comes to a deep threat and a slot guy. And we saw the effect that Christian Watson has just in that Chicago game, just a couple of weeks ago. It does move the needle for me if Christian Watson plays. Does it move it enough to say that Green Bay is going to win this game? I still got to ponder that. At least I got another day to think about that. It moves the needle. I don't know if it's going to be enough to make that difference to say, yep, they're going to win. And I think what Green Bay is going to have to do in this game here is they're going to have to be ready for Chicago to come out and try to land some haymakers, to come out punching right away. They're in their home stadium. They're upset that they lost that game just a couple weeks ago. It's on the minds of everybody, players, fans. It's going to be loud. They're going to want to come out and, if let's say they start on defense, they're going to want to set the tone early on defense. If they come out on offense, they're going to want to put up points right away. How does Green Bay respond? How do they counter that? Or how do they stop it? How, look at for, I would say, a good example of a game. Even let's say Chicago starts off hot. Okay. Let's say they start off hot. It's going to be imperative for Green Bay to not get stuck in their own mind, to not get stuck in their head, and let it affect them like, oh, crap. Here we go. Yeah, we're done. Look at that Bills and Patriots game from this past weekend. Now, granted, Josh Allen, okay? But this is where we keep saying this is an opportunity for Jordan Love to kind of really, elevate himself maybe into that class of the better quarterbacks in this league. But I think it's going to be incredibly important for Green Bay in this game, knowing that Chicago's going to come out with a ton of energy, and they're going to have the momentum right away. Being at home in that environment, with the status of this game being what it is, Chicago will have the momentum first. So, how does Green Bay counter those punches? How do they take those? How do they respond? That is going to be key for this. If Green Bay starts out on offense right away, it's going to be loud. But can Green Bay have, that another example might be, okay, believe my memory's correct in this, the playoff game against Dallas a couple years ago. Green Bay comes in as a 7. Dallas probably coming in feeling good as a 2 seed. What does Green Bay do? They go down like 8 minutes, 7-8 minute drive and just punch in for a touchdown right away. If Green Bay could do that in this game and maybe suck some of that energy out where they just have this long drive to open up the game and they take off like half the amount of that clock on that first quarter and come away with a touchdown, that will be a huge start, a huge response right away. Then you're instantly giving some momentum to your defense, saying, guys, we spotted you a touchdown right away. Let's go. Okay? Here we go. And then it'll be up for the defense to respond to that. And then on the flip side, too, it's like, okay, the Packers defense starts this thing out. Offense is going to be antsy for Chicago. They're going to want to jump out to a lead right away and give the ball to their defense with an amped up crowd for their first drive, holding on to a 7-0 lead. You know this is going to be the case. You know this is going to happen. So what is Hafley's defense going to do? What is that Packers defense going to do to stop that? How are they going to be prepared for these Bears scripted plays? Expect a little bit of the unknown, I would say. Have your head on a swivel. Because I would imagine Ben Johnson's probably going to come out within the first 10, 15 plays and add a couple of wrinkles or add a couple of new things to it to try to catch this defense off guard and to try to jump out to an early lead. That's how I feel like this is going to go. The question is just, how does Green Bay respond? How do they respond to that? All right, we'll take a quick break, and then we got to make picks. Badger volleyball tonight. Will they advance to the national championship? Will they advance to the national championship with a win tonight against Kentucky? We'll make that pick. We'll do the Bucks game against the Raptors and a few more games too. Plus, we've got a huge Thursday night football game, man. Rams, Seahawks. Both teams coming in at 11-3, both competing not only for the division, but maybe a 1 seed in the NFC. What a fantastic Thursday night matchup to begin, to just kick off a great weekend of matchups in the National Football League. All right, we'll take our final break, and then we'll be right back after these quick words. If you go to ESPN and look at their projections for the last 3 weeks of the season to set the playoff field in some of these games, you probably won't like it if you're a Packers fan. So they're projecting a 31-10 victory for the Bears over the Packers. They've also projected a Commanders win over the Eagles this weekend and a Ravens win over the Patriots. So kind of take it for what it's worth, I guess, there. And then in Week 17, they have the Ravens beating the Packers 39-26. And they also have the Vikings defeating the Lions 26-7 in that contest. So bold, but based off their projections for the next 3, Green Bay would have the 7 seed. They'd go to Chicago where the Bears would be the 2 seed then. So again, that's a football power index projection simulation after a boatload of simulations and such. So, all right, let's do our picks. Let's start off in let's do the NBA world first, and then we'll do the Badger volleyball. Actually, let's do some hockey, then NBA, because we got the Bucks in action, and then we'll do Badger volleyball, and then Thursday night football. So the NHL schedule on tap tonight. We've got Edmonton taking on Boston. I'll roll with the Oilers. Chicago taking on Montreal. Give me Montreal. Pittsburgh taking on Ottawa. I'll go with the Senators. Kings and the Lightning. Give me Tampa Bay. Toronto taking on the Caps of Washington. I'll go with Washington. Minnesota taking on Columbus. I'll go with the Wild for this one. Philadelphia at Buffalo. I'll go Buffalo. Rangers taking on the Blues. I'm going to go Blues in this one. Kraken, Calgary. Come on, it's the Seattle Kraken. Dallas taking on San Jose. I'll take the Dallas Stars. NBA schedule for tonight. Got a few more games on the docket here. Atlanta, Charlotte. Give me Atlanta. Knicks taking on the Pacers, the NBA Cup champs. I'll go with the Knicks. Miami at Brooklyn. Going Miami. Clippers at OKC. Give me the Thunder. Washington at San Antonio. San Antonio. Houston at New Orleans. Houston. Detroit at Dallas. Give me Detroit. Orlando at Denver's a good one, I think, but I'm going to go with Denver. Golden State at Phoenix. I'll roll with the Warriors. Lakers taking on the Jazz of Utah. Give me the Lakers. Sacramento at Portland. I'll go with Portland. And then finally, Toronto at Milwaukee. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going Raptors. I can't trust the Bucks right now. Can't do it. And then I'm going to do I'll do the Thursday night football game here first. So it's at Seattle. I'm going to go Rams. I know it's at Seattle and such, but I'm going to go Rams. I think they squeak by. I think it's like a 27-24, 24-23 type of game. So I'm going to go Rams. Devontae, I was dealing with that hamstring issue and such, but I'm going to go with the Rams. And essentially clinching that division and probably going to get the 1 seed in the playoffs. So now to volleyball. We've got Wisconsin's in action. We've got Texas A&M versus Pitt. So first one up, Texas A&M versus Pitt. Texas A&M is a 3 seed. Pittsburgh is a 1 seed. I'm going to go with Pitt in this one. I'll go Pittsburgh. And then Wisconsin taking on Kentucky. Who do you think I'm going with? I'm going to go Wisconsin. Wisconsin's playing with a ton of momentum right now. I don't think any team wants to go up against Scotty. Okay? I don't think anybody wants to go up against the Badgers right now. So I am going to take Wisconsin to win, and we're going to get a Wisconsin versus Pittsburgh national championship coming up on Sunday, on the 21st. I'm rolling with the Badgers to get back to the national championship. So those are my picks for volleyball tonight. All right, Coach, yes, Jordan Riley off the Giants practice squad. That was actually a couple weeks ago. He's already logged a couple games with the Packers. So he's played against the Bears already. He's played against Denver. So, all right, coming up tomorrow. So Football Friday. Think about your keys to victory. Think about your key matchups, your predictions, and your players who got to have a game. Who are you going to roll with? All right, who are you going to roll with for your predictions? Try to pick with your head. I know it's hard. Believe me, I know. It is incredibly hard. But let's break it all down coming at you tomorrow. We'll catch up with Dr. Crow. We've got Brandon in tomorrow, so we'll do some local sports roundup. Our AGM Automotive, Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We'll do some Cream of the Crops. We'll be covering everything tomorrow. A full-on docket tomorrow morning. So, but think about that's your homework assignment, your keys to victory, your key matchups. Who are you going to roll with, or what are you rolling with for this game, Packers-Bears, Saturday nights? Okay? Should be, oh man, I think it's really going to kick into gear for me tomorrow. It's really going to hit me tomorrow. So, all right, shot clock's there. Have a good rest of your Thursday. We'll be back at it again tomorrow morning. Same place, same time to wrap up the week with a little Football Friday, 6 a.m. Talk to you then.